Welcome, friends of the Dice Never Lie gamers. As always, I am your keeper of secrets, Marathustra. This is our second Call of Cthulhu of what should be a three-part investigation. We join our investigators at the Squatters Lake Motel. They've just fought off the biting, gnashing attacks of one Abraham Hickey, a man they know to have been missing for some 20 days now. A strange enemy? A horrendous wound? The dark night of a new moon. Join me, Marathustra, and our investigators as we play Servants of the Lake. So, we're gonna go for, at the end of the fight, Dylan is going to collapse unconscious. And you guys basically see his, thing was shoulder slash neck wound kind of right into the trapezoid that he was getting bit into by this creature. And we're going to go ahead with, you guys can see blood kind of sprouting out of his, maybe not actually like the femoral, not femoral, the carotid artery. But at very least, there's probably pretty heavy blood flow coming from that as he falls unconscious. Um, One thing about that is two people can attempt to give first aid to those who are injured. And I think that will include Dylan, and I think one other person got hurt. I think Max, but I may be wrong. But that's where first aid comes in. Like some other skills, doing medicine can heal more, but it takes a lot more time. It's not necessarily something you're doing quickly. Part of what we discuss is first aid is almost like tearing off a piece of fabric so you can apply some pressure and tie off like a tourniquet or something really quickly to solve an initial problem. Doing a medicine check is almost like going in, making sure there's not foreign particles, throwing a little bit of cleansing fluid in there so there's not chances of infection into the wound, packing it and then bandaging it. Medicine checks take much longer, it's using your science. So I just wanted to be clear about those things. The My bad, did you have a question?
Yeah, it's a quick question on the unconscious part. So is that like D&D where essentially my hit points are now zero, or am I just unconscious but I haven't lost any more health? Just curious.
Just unconscious.
Gotcha.
Yep. So same hit points. You're just unconscious right now. You're just not awake, basically. Definitely a different thing than D&D. That's where, if you were also at zero wound, zero hit points right now, you would actively be dying as well. But that's
Gotcha.
how those two things are slightly different. Um, so I think two more things. Max had asked me, and this was kind of where we stopped, if you could do um I think specifically a occult check on this
We
creature.
we had that settled. You read off the rules at the end, and we were like, okay, no, we can't, and it makes sense. Why not?
Gotcha. Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to kind of bring up was mythos stuff is usually you have something in front of you that gives you a mythos ability and you're losing sanity for it. Um I was vaguely on the level that I think I'm going to say you can roll an occult, but it's going to be like a hard occult. And it's going to be very minimal information if you are successful. And that's just because I feel like there's a certain level of let's get the rolls happening, anyways. But in general, this isn't specifically how occult tends to work. But we'll see if you do get a success from that. And then I think the final thing was actually just the recognition that I kind of played the combat wrong. And we'll kind of pick up with this differently in the future. Not much we can do with it then. We're just going to have it go how it is. But in the long run, when something is outnumbered, it can respond to as many attacks as it has attacks. So with five of you and one of this thing, there's a certain level of the first person who fights it is just fighting it. The next person who fights it has a bonus die as they try to brawl it. And essentially anybody who's fighting brawl would fall into that same thing. part of how this works differently than D&D is anything can choose in combat, like fighting brawl wise, to either fight brawl in response or to dodge. And those are how those kind of like play off. So in the future, that combat would have worked a little bit differently. That was just kind of my mistake. It was my first time running combat in Call of Cthulhu. So yeah, we'll kind of like pick up with Maximilian Hirst kind of looking over the body of this corpse. You all have recognized this as signs from the description of Jacob Trent, describing it as Abraham Hickey, who all in all looks very much like James Arkham. I think the biggest difference you start to notice is like instead of having kind of like that blonde hair, he's got a little bit more of kind of like a like brownish hair. He had a massive chest wound that was kind of like flesh almost torn away from like his upper left side of his chest. You all have now torn off the bottom half of his jaw. I think Mr. Wilcox got the final kill with a pistol shot, I think to the brain kind of thing. And he's like gooing out like this black blood is almost like flowing out in front of you all. And oh, that does remind me of one other thing I wanted to bring up. So flash powder is what they had in this day and age. We had you guys kind of using like almost like rechargeable kind of like charging flashes um on your cameras. I'm gonna push it back at this point and limit you guys to actually using this like flash powder, where you have a very explosive powder that is more explosive than like black powder, and you put it on like a little tray, and you're like setting up your camera and then like igniting this powder to get a big pop of light.
That makes sense.
Fine, go ahead.
But with those things in mind, we're going to kind of push back two things here. So you guys are over this corpse. You're in near complete darkness. This is a very like waned moon at this point, approaching a new moon. It is getting into the like 6-7 o'clock hour where like true darkness is setting in. So you guys are on the other side of the lake here. You've dealt with this threat. You have a certain desire to probably stay and learn more about it, just as much as you have the recognition that Max's flashlight has gone out, and you guys basically have like the flash powder and then like a small crescent of a moon to guide yourselves by. And that's where, if everybody's good, let's jump back into it and see where you guys take everything.
This is why the DM is the best one to recap. That was very good. I'm sorry, were you guys able to hear me?
Oh yeah, we heard you.
Okay.
Oh, that I did.
I was going to say much appreciated, but you guys can lead us on from here. What would you like to do?
So does he just like suddenly fall unconscious, or does he just kind of like sit down and then like all of a sudden we realize he's out, or?
I would say this is kind of in the moment of like you fire and like hit this thing in the head, and in kind of the moments where everybody starts to notice like the blood is kind of draining from its skull and it's just this like really dark black ichor. Ooh, I actually think part of it moved and only one person noticed it.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that's
remember
how you
that.
described it. Yep.
The Magic Man. So Wilcox, when you shot it, Max kind of moved closer to it and lit a match. You, the Magic Man, saw the oil almost like kind of like lift up, like this dark black blood draining out of his skull. This black oil like blood like moved as Hirsch got closer to it. But by the time like his light kind of like flares up, it's just draining like ichor on the ground. It's indistinguishable from just like a really dark black blood. Um, Anybody with medicine, anybody could do a medicine check if you would like.
Yeah, I'd like to, except I think my character would be so tunnel visioned on Dylan's unconsciousness. I was just about to jump in and be that the first thing my character did would be render first aid.
Gotcha. Yeah, so part of what I was thinking is there's definitely a certain level of like Dylan falling unconscious is in part the result of just adrenaline giving up here. And again, that's my mistake on he should have potentially done it earlier in the combat, but I don't want to erase how things played out. So for now, we'll have to have that kind of be the cost of it. Is Dr. Lucas is basically drawn away from this like occurrence because he sees the moment this thing stops moving, Dylan also like falls over from this bleeding wound just because it's like that moment of relief. Dylan goes from like fight for your life to this thing's not moving and just passes out like from low blood pressure kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing that would just trigger John to, tunnel vision and compartmentalize everything else.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to assist you, Doctor.
Same here. I don't have any formal training, but maybe I can give you an extra set of hands.
Max sits down nursing his injured hand as he goes, don't look at me. I'm afraid I'm only good for quick fixes and all that. And even then, sometimes, not even there.
So I think that's right. You do have 2 wounded people, as well as the idea like only so many hands can help somebody who's in need of first aid. So if you wanted, 2 of you could help Dylan here. And then you could either like wait to render help to Max, or one of you could. Well, wait, hold up, my bad. This should be first aid, not medicine. You do not have the time for medicine right now.
Gotcha, my bad.
And that would be on Dylan, since he's the more obviously injured, or more obviously in immediate need.
Yep, yep. So who else would like to help with Dylan at present? Either Wilcox or Terry.
Okay, yeah. So one more person still.
All right. So Wilcox, do you help Maximilian as Jerry and Dr. Lucas attend to Dylan like passed out on the ground?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right. So you can go render first aid for Maximilian if you'll roll that for me. And then Dr. Lucas, like as previously, you can tick first aid as that is indeed a success for you using it.
But wait, did you say to do medicine though?
Nope, first aid.
Okay, sorry.
Gotcha. So neither of those are criticals on the fail front. You're just not really successful at like actually giving any hit points there for him. So Dr. Lucas, when when you kind of like finish up just like tying a little fabric or what have you, what do you think you're actually doing for Dylan and this like wound on his shoulder?
Given the light constraints, I'd be examining it because the human mouth is filled with nasty bacteria, so you really want to avoid infection.
Gotcha. So you're probably like almost like cautiously feeling around with your hands, trying to actually like look for the real wound here. Because again, there's not much light to go for. And then you guys probably have some level of do you have like a medical kit on Dr. Lucas?
Oh yeah, he's got a well, I think it's his medical bag, but
So you probably have like a saline solution or something that you can kind of wash it out with. But again, that's kind of where this is like first aid versus rendering actual medical help. So at present, you're almost like, all right, let me try to flush this what we can right now. and that's almost where you're going for here, I would say.
And I was going to
Matt-
say you would have seen Dylan carries a flask with him, so you could also use the alcohol too,
so
potentially.
two
Yeah,
things here, like
he wastes it by pouring it, on the outside of the wound.
Dylan will come to as you're rendering first aid. So you can gain one hit point, Dylan, and come back up to 7 hit points here. And that will bring you to consciousness. So you could easily then kind of like coming to recognize what's happening, potentially render that flask for him. Max, I'm curious. When your flashlight went out, do you think you toggled the switch on it and like put it away? Do you think you just kind of like put it in a pocket? What do you think you did when your flashlight went out earlier?
No, I remember that when it did go out, he did put it away because he was trying to conserve it. So he flicked it off and tucked it back in his pocket. Because
Gotcha.
it was a matter of oh well, going bad. May as well put it away and try again later.
All right, so Dr. Lucas, at present, you've got like Jerry helping you as Dylan comes to, and he's handing you the flask. But you also have Wilcox over by Maximilian, and Wilcox is trying to like staunch the wound on Max's hand, and Wilcox is not having any success. So that's kind of where you guys are at there. Some level of trying to draw his attention between these two injured party members.
And Dylan's going to get very shakily to his feet. Give a nod of thanks to Dr. Lucas, and then probably he'll kind of. I assume his like shoulder and stuff is probably still not that useful. So kind of awkwardly with his other hand, he's gonna reach into a pocket of his now kind of shredded coat and pull out just like a bottle of like ibuprofen, aspirin, and pop a few of those, and maybe down it with one more swig of the flask, and just kind of try to regain his.
It's the good old
Strength
days where
back.
you might be just as likely to have some opium on you as you do either aspirin or ibuprofen.
Oh, what's that? You've got some migraines here. Have a dose of heroin from the pharmacy, my good lad.
Easy on that gin now, Dylan, says Dr. Lucas as he bustles over to Max. Here, let me take a look at that.
Yeah, and you might notice that I'm not having much luck, but it might have something to do with the fact that I'm still holding the pistol in one hand.
Like pistol trained on the corpse, and you're just trying to like one-handedly manipulate this bleeding wound.
Yeah, just like
Wow, okay,
nervously trying to help.
Can I roll another first aid?
Honestly, this is kind of one of those things where there's a certain level of you just have to kind of limit things. Effectively, you could push that if you wanted to, but otherwise, he is like first aid has been rendered. It's just not terribly effective.
This is going to need a hospital, I think. How are you doing, Max?
Max holds up his hand, which is still bleeding, and the loose attempt at torn cloth he attempted to turn into a bandage as he goes, afraid I never had to treat my own hands, as it were. I'm a little bit hamstrung, you might say.
Well, I'm sure you've dealt with worse. This will be fine, given some time to heal. But we should get you to a hospital as soon as we can. Now,
Oh no, most certainly. What?
this poor creature, this poor wretch, and Lucas would be interested in observing the body. Of course, he still thinks there's a natural explanation for this, so he's trying to understand what's going on. He's looking for signs of previous injury, bullet holes or strangulation marks, those sorts of things that might explain why this poor fellow succumbed to extreme uh, frostbite and was driven mad.
Roll a hard spot hidden. Oh, give that a tick. So while you're kind of looking over this figure, there's not too much that's going to give you any sort of explanations here. This is a pretty typical corpse to you. Like a lot of signs of Abe has been dead for some time. His flesh is rotting kind of as you would expect it to for somebody who's been dead between 2 and 3 weeks. The thing that you are going to kind of quickly notice is that there's a large metal like black object that's sticking down through his back and into his chest. And you can see part of it through that wound in his chest cavity. And it just kind of follows close by his spine. And it seems to enter right alongside it. It seems to be a little bit visible down through his chest. And you have a certain sense of wondering, like, this impaling wound might go even further than like that like foot of travel. At present you don't really know, but it is an odd, it is the only thing that is abnormal about this body, except for the fact that moments ago Abe was actually standing and attacking you all.
Is there still any sign of that black oily fluid that was leaking out of him? If so, John would like to take a sample.
You most certainly can. You can take one of your vials and kind of like fill it with a little bit of it, because yeah, it is like basically there's a puddle where his brain cavity has been exposed.
Miss Thornhill, I think you'd be interested in a photo of this. I'm not sure what it is. It's some kind of impaling wound, surely fatal.
So this is kind of where there's a certain level of like, to take these photos, you almost have to like kind of stage for a little moments to actually like prepare your camera, set up the flash powder, and like time it so you can pop the flash when you are ready to take the photo, kind of thing.
I think while they're kind of preparing that, Dylan he's worried about what if this isn't the only one of these things. So he's just trying to listen out in the woods. Still looking kind of weak.
Roll an extreme listen check. So while you're trying to like listen here, at this point, everything sounds much closer to the like kind of lake you guys were walking around in Twilight. There's still wind going through the trees. There's toads and crickets and insects that kind of make a cacophony of life kind of around you. But there's not like the eerie silence that almost accompanied whatever this thing was. Like you could almost feel before that there was like an eerie silence that was around this, because it was something almost alien to that environment. And it's almost like the life around the pond has kind of like come back a little bit, with this creature being seemingly removed at present. So at this point, there's not much to kind of pick up besides just like the loud crickets, the loud toads and frogs kind of croaking. There's not nearly as much to listen to here, but you kind of have a semblance of, it seems like this little environment is returning to kind of a natural state.
Gotcha. It's almost like if he didn't have this huge gaping bite wound in his shoulder, he almost would have thought he'd like hallucinated the whole thing.
Wilcox will come up to Dylan and chat him up just a minute here. How are you feeling, my friend? You don't look particularly good. It's good to see you conscious again.
Yeah, I've been better. And he'll kind of like glance towards the body, kind of maybe glance, rather quickly away. Reminds me of stories my grandmother used to tell. She came over from the old country. Used to scare the bejesus out of me and Eric. Thought they were just stories.
Yes, definitely some unexpected events this evening. I don't suppose you would mind if I had a bit of that, presumably having noticed your flask.
Yeah, Dylan will hand it over. It's probably running fairly low at this point, given he's had a bit, and Dr. Lucas, if he used some to clean the wound, but there's still probably a couple shots worth in there.
So I just have a little smell of it and make sure it's not just like some beer or something like that. It's something strong. And then I'd like to just look for like a close by stick or something like that.
Yeah, good Irish whiskey, or maybe not good Irish whiskey, but Irish whiskey.
At that point, Geraldine will pull out of her own flask and take a very small sip. And, when I was growing up as a child, my house was haunted, or people call me crazy if I use that word, but there are things there that people shouldn't have seen. No one ever believed me that I saw them. This night kind of reminds me of some of those things. If you keep
So,
your eyes peeled enough, you'll see stuff here and there. Is this like? I'm sorry. Is this like Dungeons and Dragons out of character? Can I roll for like a where you like look out? Everybody's so used to Dungeons and Dragons. I hate asking that in that same way over and over again. But
what do you mean? What are you trying to roll?
like, when you roll perception and you kind of look out, see if you notice anything around in your surrounding area.
I mean, there's a certain level of you can certainly like ask to like different checks. At this point, though, there's not too much for you all to necessarily notice here. So
Okay.
I'm kind of I feel like, well, what are you trying to look for? Like, tell me more than you're just like looking out and around you.
To see if I see anyone else out here, perhaps any other potential threats or somebody that maybe have been accompanying the creature that we just encountered.
Like looking around the lake to see if there's anybody around the lake.
Yeah.
So you guys are inside of the trees, kind of on like the east side, like inside of the trees that kind of like line the outside of the lake. So maybe at this point, as you guys start to move away from where you encountered this creature and you're trying to make your way back towards the lake, you can take like an extra look to see like, is there anything happening ahead of us? If that's where you guys are, then if you would like, Jerry can make a spot hidden here. If you're still in the same spot, I'm going to kind of stick to at present where you guys had that combat. You're kind of in a moment of like safety and normality almost.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind for if the and when the party moves into any specific direction.
And would I be able to locate a somewhat fresh stick to try to fashion a little bit of a torch with some of this alcohol and some cloth?
Yeah, I don't think there's any difficulty for you to basically like tear some sort of fabric, douse it in a little bit of alcohol, and make a little bit of a torch. Um, you will notice in a world without like synthetic fabrics, I think cotton and a little bit of alcohol are probably going to burn a lot faster than you would think. Um, roll a tracking, or maybe natural world. Gotcha. Yeah. So you just grab a little, like a stick. You've got whatever cloth you would like to tear from whatever piece of clothing, um, and we'll see how long of a torch you can go. But you're not just gonna get like many minutes of a torch. It's probably gonna be close to like a minute, maybe two of light.
Normally I'd call it a waste, but gotta say I'm glad to see a little more light.
Yes, I don't think it's going to last long, but while we have it, I'll come over to the doctor and try to give him a little bit of light and sort of like usher everybody back in a little bit closer. Probably shouldn't spend too much time out here. I think the immediate question is are we bringing this or him with us?
If you head back to where the corpse is of Abe, everybody will see kind of like the metallic, dark black, almost sheen of this like piercing object that enters like the back of his neck and kind of moves through his spine.
Now, I may not be any expert on medicine or anything like that, but I'm fairly certain that someone is not supposed to survive having that shoved into them.
Indeed not. Um, it may sound gruesome, but I have done autopsies. If we're all in agreement, I could attempt to extract whatever that is.
Go ahead, do some battlefield medicine. I don't mind at all. Won't be the worst thing I've ever witnessed.
Um,
I mean, he's obviously dead. Wouldn't you rather do this in the safety of the establishment rather than here in the woods?
You want to go ahead and drag a rotting corpse all the way from the middle of the dark, dank, haunted woods back to the establishment where we're already suspicious of everybody in it.
Yes, I think it would be the responsible thing to do. I mean, we can't just leave a man out here. I mean, I presume that the police will be involved. I want to know what happened.
Interesting thought. We do actually now have a body of a person who has been considered missing for some time. Could conceivably bring the authorities here now that we have a little proof.
This is about as hard evidence as it gets.
At that point, Geraldine pulls out her camera with the big setup and whatnot, and I think I'll take a picture of this. Just give me a quick moment before we leave, gentlemen. No.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't.
I was just gonna say you hear the paff and the whine of the camera reeling back and all that jazz that goes with those old cameras.
We bring him. We want to bring him to the cops. You might need to explain that big bullet hole in his head.
We'll also have to explain how he hurt some of our friends so grievously and how he looks this way. I mean, this seems to be a lot of extra explaining that's going to need to be done. Doesn't fare very well on our parts.
well, I'm reminded that just an hour or so ago you said that the police would need proof to come out here, and while this body surely constitutes something, I have to say that were I a policeman looking at it, I would say that we'd stumbled across a corpse that was 2 weeks old. I don't know how much credence they'd give to our tale of being attacked by this thing.
That is a good point. Perhaps some details are best left out. I say we look around some more, see what
There's
we can
plenty
do.
of proof that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, sweetie.
There's plenty of proof that we were attacked. I mean, look at Dylan here. No other rational explanation for the chunk missing from him.
Yeah, it tends to be when the rational is too scary or hard to believe, people will just go with choosing to not believe it.
If I can, would everybody please roll a constitution check for me?
Oops, I rolled hard, so
Yeah,
I think that
you're set on hard. It's astonishing that all of you succeeded.
Well, if we do want to look around a bit more, I don't know. I'd prefer to do it in the light.
Dylan's whiskey set us up right.
You know, I hate to suggest this because it obviously is more dangerous out here at nighttime, but isn't that when everybody's saying all of the sounds, noises, lights, anything is happening? Nothing seems to happen in the daytime. And haven't y'all already searched out here during the daytime yesterday afternoon?
We haven't come this far. Oh,
That is true.
And Jerry, you said the old man had a shotgun in there in the reception. We run into another one of these things. I wouldn't mind having a bit of extra protection.
That's actually a good idea. Well, that I definitely agree on.
And he'll turn to Dr. Lucas and you gonna pull that thing out or what?
If we're agreed, Dylan, I believe that knife of yours might be necessary.
Yeah, Dylan will. He dropped it when he went unconscious, but he'll picked it up and he'll hold it out to Dr. Lucas, or if the doctor wants, he can assist or try to.
Yeah, so John kneels down beside the body. It's grim work, but he's taken apart. He's dealt with cadavers before, and he attempts to extract that object.
I think that's gonna be a power. And you said you had like Dylan's knife. Were you actually like cutting it out? My bad.
Yeah. I have a scalpel, and then maybe Dylan's knife, thinking that I might have to, dig a little, get a little messy to get at it.
Oh, my apologies there. Yeah, if you're gonna try to like scalpel and um like cut it out with the knife, you're going to basically find like it's embedded into his ribs and many of his organs, where this is going to be like a medicine check that takes you some time to do, and the darkness is going to become complete while you do it. So my apologies there. You can do a medicine, but it's got to be at least a hard medicine, at least at this point. Gotcha. So as you kind of like are cutting away at the organs, you're kind of using Dylan's knife to like break different ribs. You are mangling this corpse to get at this body. By the time you are able to actually remove this like long black spike that's almost like 3.5, 4 feet long from his body, you've basically flayed him in half at his spinal cord and have separated his entire rib cage along the left side of his spine. This You guys have far more than a bullet wound to explain if you ever want to show this corpse to the police afterwards. But you now have this long, slightly curved black object that is like silky smooth, but it is just about 2 inches or so diameter where it entered his back, and it extends down those like 3.5, almost 4 feet, to where it is almost a needle point, and it's on the level of like almost sharper than your scalpel at its point. And removing the whole thing in a single piece, it's some sort of weird black metal. The tink of like the it almost like rings if you hit like the scalpel against it or the knife against it, the way metal on metal is. This is an interesting and weird substance.
Have any of you ever seen the like of this? It's astonishing.
That's got to be about the largest piece of shrapnel I've ever seen extracted from a man.
What is it, Doctor?
I honestly have no idea.
We could take it back to the room, maybe take a look
That.
at it in better light.
That I would definitely suggest we do. Sorry about the background noise, by the way, guys. The 3-year-olds decided that today is a day for tantrums.
I think we should come up with some sort of a plan. We can discuss an alibi.
Just want to mention again, Jacob did tell us he thought that James had been staying in room 1. Haven't really had a chance to take a good search of that yet. Might be we find something.
I definitely think that's a good idea. Need to go somewhere with some light. I don't want to be out here any longer.
I'll second that.
Does anyone have a bag large enough, or something large enough to hold this? If not, John takes his coat off and wraps it so that it's not obvious that he's carrying this macabre instrument.
I have a feeling a coat is about all you guys probably have that could do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think any of us have a 3-foot-long bag.
Yeah, it's pretty much gonna require, like, even inside of a like sport jacket, it's potentially visible. Everything about that thing is just large. It's one of those things also recognize, like, this was kind of like through his entire chest cavity and like down into his pelvis almost, kind of thing, that you had to go to extract it.
Max kind of kicks himself as he goes, "Oh, damn it, I didn't even get the chance to bust out my ghost hunting kit before you pulled the spike. Now we'll never know if the humors were there."
So are you all preparing to head back towards the motel?
That's Dylan's plan. Yeah.
Yeah, I think David Wilcox would be pretty excited to get out of there.
Pretty sure.
Now that, yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, pretty sure both Max and Jerry are ready to go, especially if the rest of the group.
With kind of the medical crisis past, Lucas is, sort of lost his determination to stay here. He mentions, can we, what is the term, blaze these trees so that we can find our way back to the body? Other than that, he just follows along when people start heading off.
Actually, that's perhaps not a bad idea. Max draws his trench knife and puts an X on a tree nearby. Just so we know where to go looking again.
Roll a tracking for me, Max.
Oh boy, here we go.
I should have known.
I
I should have known.
I know that I stepped away for a second, but would it be possible for me to take a picture of that spike that was removed? No, of the spike itself that was removed from the guy's body.
Go ahead.
As far as I'm kind of concerned, we kind of had you starting the photo process at the
Gotcha.
beginning of the spike. So I'd say we can have you have like taken 2 photos there. Basically, like from, I feel like it was like Dylan who initially suggested, like, hey, will you take a photo of this? And then when you actually said it. So let's go for the idea that you took a photo of the body kind of like right beforehand, with the spike kind of like the entry wound in focus, and then the second one basically like with it removed from the mangled corpse. So
Gotcha. Thank
when
you very much.
you blaze this trail, it is a common mistake of people who are lost in the woods, and the way that they blaze their trails is to mark as they walk rather than to mark as they will return. So while Max goes ahead and does cut chunks out of trees, it's on the wrong side of the trees. But you guys don't know that yet. When it comes time to come back here, though, it's going to be a little bit more difficult than just walking directly back along this blaze. But when you guys do get close to this outer edge, Jerry had mentioned that she wanted to do a spot hidden, basically, as you guys kind of came into a little bit more of an unknown location. Can I have Miss Thornhill roll that spot hidden, please?
One moment, she received a phone call.
Gotcha. Yeah, so as you guys kind of come to the edge of the trees, she kind of like almost like pauses for a moment to have you all just kind of like hold. Everybody kind of like takes that moment to like listen and look out over the lake. Everything seems pretty normal. It seems all right to kind of like step out. And yeah, you can basically start to head back. You guys find yourselves pretty close to the old settlement again. Do you plan to walk north around the lake or south around the lake?
I propose the opposite way that we came, but again, I'm with the majority decision on this one.
South might be preferable because we saw that our good friend Bill was his name, I believe. He likes to mosey along the northern side, and we don't need him seeing us coming back in this mess.
Yeah, and in the dark, might be better to go back the way we came. I think to get here, we came around the south, right? So it'd be
Indeed, you did.
slightly more familiar if we go back that way rather than potentially. I mean, we could follow the lake in either way, but
I have to agree with you, Dylan. I think we should return the way we came. At least it's familiar. You know where those lamps are as well? I suppose we could split up if some of you wanted to continue exploring, but I don't want to do much of anything else in the dark.
What was the lamps you were going for there, Mr. Wilcox?
I can't remember what I was thinking. Maybe they were back at the hotel.
yeah, like the oil lamps, right? I don't think we ever did actually go back to get them, though.
No, that's what I mean. I think I would just be like focused, like kind of narrow-minded on just getting to light.
My apologies. I think I then interrupted Maximilian. Did you have a thought there?
No, he like at the suggestion of splitting up for people to go exploring. Max simply raises his still bloody hand as he goes. I would rather make sure that our good friend back there wasn't carrying good old hydrophobia. Catch my meaning.
So you all can head around the south side of the lake, kind of making your way around and through like the first like copse of trees, kind of like comes close to the lake. You have the second little thing of trees that you come up to as you're rounding the lake. Do you all navigate through the trees again? Do you want to step out onto the road and follow the road? Do you all have thoughts on how you progress forward around this edge?
Road. I think he'll probably look towards the road, given that thing came at us from the trees, and he's still a little maybe shell shocked by the whole encounter.
If Dylan takes a step towards the road, John will kind of eagerly follow in that direction. Whereas if someone takes a step towards the tree, John too will be kind of looking towards the road as a preferred alternative.
Not necessarily voicing it, but like physical mannerisms. John's kind of like body
Yeah,
moving that way.
exactly. He's too proud to admit that he's totally freaked out by what he's seen, but he's totally freaked out by what he's.
Yeah, and you guys all can feel like there's a little more sense of security to the road. The light of what little moon there is still there while you're out in the opening. Heading into the trees, you guys are going to return to this aspect where you have to follow tracking skills. Last time, Dylan was successfully able to lead you through the trees, but you guys had the light of day, and it was still, enough that you're like moving by night or by light. But now you kind of have that choice of like a little bit of light and the road to follow, or basically like utter darkness inside of the trees.
So I think the additional visibility of the road makes sense to take that route if no one's against it.
Yeah, let's take the road. Why the hell should we take our odds with the mythos again tonight?
Gotcha. And then following up along the road as you guys basically continue to walk north towards the hotel. You guys probably get within like 50 or 100 feet of like the southwestern side of the hotel or motel, when you can hear like loud agitated voices ahead, and you can see two figures kind of in the glow, like in front of reception. Like reception is now like lit by light coming from inside, kind of flowing out of that big window, to where these two figures are. And the actual like lower part of the T that makes the hotel is kind of shining in each direction, where there's three lanterns. I think I actually said four before. Say one lantern kind of right next to each door on the outside of them. So, like, you've got a good bit of light ahead of you, and you can see that there are two figures outside, and they seem to be in some sort of a heated argument. But at present, you're, say, about like 100 or so feet away. Few moments if you ran to get up there. Another, 30 seconds or a minute if you just keep walking kind of at a casual pace here.
I'm gonna like keep my pistol in my hand, but I'm going to sort of cover it up. I guess I'll maybe like put it down in my waist, or depending if it would fit in my pocket and if I'm like still holding it.
I think Dylan's going to actually start trying to move more quietly and maybe try and get close enough to hear what they're arguing about without hopefully being spotted or seen.
Can we make out like is there any light around them to where we can make out if we recognize them?
They're lit, but you guys are at a distance right now. Is my main point. So the part of the question is like, how do you approach things here? Probably Dylan is basically saying, like something along the lines of, you guys should hold off so I can sneak forward, or you all can try to sneak forward. But if you keep approaching, you'll probably be noticed as fast as they notice you, as fast as you could notice who they are. But that's kind of where it is. You're at the point where you guys get to decide, are we going to try to sneak up on this interaction, or are we just going to kind of saunter in like it's a normal moment? Um, and that's kind of where it distinguishes. When you can tell who it is, do they also recognize that you're there?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do any sort of sneaking, so I'll let Dylan take the point on this because I've got a 20 in sneak. Yeah, no, my rolls have not been the best tonight. Our ever.
Yeah, sneak is not mine either.
I suppose we could go forward and have a look. Try to stick to the shadows. Dylan and I, if you prefer it, if it didn't stay too far behind.
I can walk ahead. I have a pretty okay stealth and see if I can go ahead and do that. But I'm also okay with walking ahead as a group if that's what the party wants to do.
So it sounds like three of you can move ahead and try to do so stealthily and try to gain a sense of what's going on before hopefully being noticed. If that sounds good, then we'll basically have Maximilian and Dr. Lucas can stay back. You guys can see ahead of you. So you'll basically have visual sight on what's happening. Regardless here, you're not like split up where you don't know what they're doing. But at the same time, they are going to move forward with Jerry Wilcox and Dylan kind of trying to approach without being seen themselves. If that sounds good, let me get a stealth from Dylan, Jerry, and the Magic Man.
Oh boy, oh boy.
It's almost a critical fail.
So you guys get probably about like say like 50 or 60 feet away. You start to see. Oh yeah, that's not a critical. You start to see that there is like a redheaded young man. Jerry and Dylan quickly recognize this as Jacob Trent, and then Jerry recognizes the other person as the proprietor, William, who rented you your rooms. But it's kind of basically the moment of as you guys are kind of like sneaking up, like kind of on the opposite side of the road here. You're just having this conversation or they're having this like heated argument and you just hear uh Jacob saying, I know he stayed here, he told me he was staying here. Young man, we've got people who are trying to rest here. And in the middle of his sentence he just turns and locks eyes with the three of you who are 60 feet away on the other side of the street in complete utter darkness. And he just stops and turns and looks directly at you. And he's like, nothing to worry about here, folks. If you were coming back to your house or coming back to the motel to get in for the night, you're safe. It's okay. And he just kind of like invites you basically across the street in this just kind of like eerie moment before he turns back to Jacob and he just there's nothing to be. We have never had this Abe staying at our motel. There's no one here by that name. I don't know who it is. And there's nothing to get all heated up and bother our other guests and scare them to where they don't even want to walk back to their room. Now, I either need to ask you to go back into your room or I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
You said we're still about 60 feet away.
Yeah, so you guys are say like across the street here, while these
Okay.
two are essentially like right in front um of reception.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move over to where they are, like a little bit closer, and be like, sir, I know that you're upset. We've spoken before about your missing friend. Perhaps we can talk a little bit here in a moment or two. I don't think this gentleman has any other things he can offer you, and I'm hoping that'll kind of persuade him to go. And
Gotcha. I'll roll for a persuasion.
okay, gotcha.
Dr. Lucas and Maximilian, the two of you see from back down by the trees to the south there that they're immediately like engaged in conversation and they're now like crossing the road to kind of like move across the hotel to see what the others are to kind of like join in on that. And you can kind of see like Jerry almost like leading the three of them. So you're well aware, like, they're not sneaking anymore.
Okay, I think. Well, you know what? I exchange glances at Max, and how should we play this?
Well, of course, there's only one way that we can play this. He reaches up. Well, he tucks his injured hand under his coat, but then he reaches up with his uninjured hand, takes you by the shoulder, and says, "You trust me, yes?"
Implicitly.
He smiles as he goes, "Very good, then, my good man. So, I'm going to need to do you. I'm going to need you to do a favor for me." He gives you a light nudge to get you walking along the road before he leans over on you, as if he is drunk and you are supporting him up. As you basically sort of start dragging him back to the motel, and Max attempts to act drunk.
Got you. Got you.
Now, how would that be? I don't know. Would that be fast talk or something else to attempt to act drunk?
It's not going to be a fast talk. I know that. I feel like there's an acting. I just don't know. Yeah, acting. You probably have a 5% in it, just as a natural.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. That's art craft. Never mind. One
So,
second.
I think it's under art and craft acting. So, Jerry, as you're kind of like walking into William and Jacob speaking, you kind of like offer this moment, like perhaps he doesn't really have anything else to offer you at present. Maybe it's a good time. Now's a good time to kind of like head back with us.
No,
And he
wait. This
kind
is
of like
art craft photography. How do I just
looks
do
to
art?
you. Oh yeah, I don't know how acting looks separated from the other options. But he kind of like Jacob looks over at Jerry and he kind of like nods and uh, um, I understand it's nighttime. Maybe people are trying to rest in all of this craziness here, despite all the noise. But I'm gonna find Abe. You're gonna tell me when he stayed here and why he's not here, or what happened. And he kind of like will like look towards Jerry and kind of like walk down towards you. In the long run, a simple fact of how I normally would play is that the dice are always what you like, even if it's the wrong test. The dice that you throw are the ones that matter, anyways. Um, for what it's worth, the 41, if that was rolled in acting, it's still gonna not be good enough. Um, but all in all of you are pretty much covered in like blood and gore. So even one of you looking drunk isn't necessarily going to cover all of what looks wrong about you guys.
So basically, Max just like overplays it as he's dragged back, and he's going, "Doctor, I swear, I'm so sorry I punched my good friend Dylan Haggerty and got blood all over you and me and him. I believe I had too much prohibition intoxicant." He's just way blowing it over the top, and it's absolutely unbelievable.
I think like Dylan when he kind of walks up after they've been, was clear that they are not being sneaky. He's presumably so he's got like probably like a big bandage, probably blood seeping through it. Clearly something, and he's gonna look to after Jerry kind of convinces Jacob to head back to his room. He's going to just look towards William, the proprietor, and kind of look at him a little bit pointedly and say, "There's some rather dangerous wildlife out in those woods there." Kind of trying to see if I don't know, just looking for any sort of like like look of recognition, like it, like you know, does this guy seem like seeing him suddenly with this wound? Does he seem like normally surprised? Does he seem like he's seen it before, kind of thing?
Gotcha. I believe that is a psychology check to see his reaction in kind of both your physical and your like emotion, like the way you emote that kind of thought of dangerous wildlife. And he kind of like, "Hmm, how close are you walking up to him?" Keep in mind, there's basically lantern light that's really like about the only light here. So while you guys look like messed up and dirty, it's hard to distinguish like the difference of, say, like blood from like muddy, unless you're actually getting inside of that light and kind of getting like really close to him. So, like, how close do you think you're approaching William as you like say this?
Yeah, I think he's getting up pretty close because he also wants to kind of be able to like kind of look into his eyes, and obviously with the limited light, he'd need to get pretty close for that. So probably within like a couple feet, not like invading his personal space, but close.
Gotcha. So yeah, roll a psychology.
Oh God, I'm rolling terrible today.
Uh, I wasn't aware that we had such dangerous wildlife in these parts. You look like you've been hurt horrendously. We could take good care of you if you need an ambulance. Are you still bleeding? I could call the police for you and have someone come out here. Uh, whatever you need, just let me know, and we could have help here for you in no time.
Tonight I think I just want to get some rest, and he obviously kind of um, didn't, was probably not expecting that sort of kind of seemingly caring reaction. Um,
I don't know if it's safe for you to rest with that wound if you don't have some sort of help. Creatures in the woods could have rabies, and I have no clue what the world knew about rabies in 1930s. The creatures in the woods could have rabies if you let a wound fester. Uh, it's that's a dangerous place, and I don't know what it could do to you. Infections of the blood. Oh, I don't know if you should endanger yourself like that, son. But you let us know if you need a call for safety. Just come through reception, knock on the back door, and myself or Robert, we can certainly help you. It's usually about could be an hour many times before someone could get here, so it's better to know sooner than later if you need any assistance.
What do you mean? Call for safety there? You have a phone?
I don't know if I ever said anything to the contrary, but I'm gonna go for a yes at this point.
Oh,
We
I think you
normally
did say to the contrary.
Yeah, I think we said there was like no lines or no phone at the establishment. At least when she went inside to check.
Yeah, yes, that is true.
gotcha. So let me twist this to we could send somebody to the grocer and make a phone call from the general store and get help sent to you. I'm gonna stick to the same idea though, where it takes about an hour for anybody to get here if we were to make that trip and make the call. It's gonna be an hour if you need help. It's better to ask for it now.
Can Lucas hear this conversation, or is he too far away?
At this point in the long run, you guys, I think, would be perfectly fine to be, within hearing distance of it, approaching if that's what you're doing. Um, I think of Call of Cthulhu as everything is very fluid. Unless you're specifically in different places, you don't necessarily have to worry about like the minutia nearly as much.
Okay. I think John is going to hand Max the coat with the, with the object in it. And mutter, hold this. Straighten his back, walk forward, head upright, and say, I am a doctor, Mr. Brody, and I do appreciate so much your offer for help. I assume that would be you going, since, as I understand it, your brother is in a wheelchair?
Well, I don't have an automobile. I was going to ask any of you all who have a vehicle. I believe Mr. Dunstan, the young lady Bonner, or yourselves have the vehicles to go for help.
Help? Well, as I said, as a doctor, I have seen to Mr. Haggerty's badger bite, but and I don't have fear, but perhaps you're right. Perhaps all of us should head up the road to that. Oh no, what was it? A grocery store or a dinner? I mean, after all, we're all getting hungry. Yes, perhaps young Jacob here. You could perhaps ride with Miss Bonner, and we could get that Durston fellow. I'll go out for a dinner.
Roll a fast talk for me. Just while you're rolling it. Robert and myself take fast talk. Yeah. Robert and myself take our dinners quite early. We actually ate about 4:30 this evening. So we're fine on dinner. If you all were interested in going to have a bite to eat, I would hurry up quickly. Many evenings, old Miss Haggerty is closing down the general store, usually around dark, so she may or may not be there. If you needed to grab a bite to eat, you're probably going to want to head out earlier than later.
I see. Yes, perhaps we will. If he's near, I'm sorry, is it Jacob, or is it Jacob, the young fellow?
It is indeed.
Lucas puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Come, Jacob. There's something I'd like to speak with you about. Something of a rather delicate nature."
Gotcha. So theoretically, we've got Max kind of heading towards his room. We've got Lucas kind of like heading up towards Jerry and Jacob. Probably had Dylan roughly around that same area. Oh, what has the Magic Man been up to?
I think I'll just kind of casually strode around over to the vehicles and just made sure that they appeared to be untampered with, ready to go if we did decide we need to leave in a hurry.
Um,
Just checking for like
so
obvious stuff like flat tires or like, that they've been tampered with or anything.
I'm tempted to say mechanical repair here. I feel like spot hidden is a little bit too generic, and I'd rather use something a little bit differently. Um, I feel like that's a solid kind of answer to see, like, has anything been tampered with? So yeah, you just kind of like look over the cars, like tires seem fine. They've got headlights, they've got steering wheels. Nothing seems gone, nothing seems missing. Just kind of like look over them kind of casually on your way. But otherwise, is everybody effectively kind of heading towards their rooms at this point?
Yeah, basically, like Max just sort of casually strolls up with the jacket hiding the spike inside it, because that's literally what he does all day, just stride around confidently.
Good, because you're giving me a sleight of hand. to see how well you hide that.
Here we go.
And then is everybody going to separate rooms here? Are you guys going to try to head into a single room?
Ask everybody else how they feel about that matter. Sorry.
Okay, and
And
by
by
the
the
way,
way-
Max drops the spike, which he undoubtedly does. He just plays it off like it's absolutely nothing and just keeps strolling with it.
Oh, the thing is that's not a critical fail. If you were like 96 or higher, that's a critical failure and something terrible would happen kind of thing. In the long run, a failure just means, like, from your perspective, just like how I tend to roll stealth for my players when we are playing D&D, you don't know how bad at being stealthy you are. As far as you're concerned, you've got this thing like hidden by you and you're walking, and maybe Jacob like sees like there's like a 1 foot spike of black, like pointy thorn sticking out of Max's head kind of thing. You don't quite realize what it means to fail there, but it's definitely not catastrophic like you're dropping it.
Okay, good. In that case.
But yeah, Dylan is heading towards his room. So I think that room 1.
Gotcha. So Dylan's heading towards room 1.
Dylan, I thought I might take a look at that dressing. Perhaps you could come down to my room. And the rest of you, actually. I think I should check you all for signs of that badger bite. They're horrible creatures, after all.
Of course.
Yeah, so Dylan is kind of like just reaching the door, and he's like kind of reaching out with his hand, and when he hears this, and he was already thinking of like the just flopping down on the bed, but he also realizes probably the wisdom in Dr. Lucas's suggestion, so his kind of shoulders slump for a moment, but then he turns and he'll nod and all right, Doc. Suppose it couldn't hurt.
Jacob just kind of like looks at all of you like, y'all are really casual about this badger bite. I don't think badgers bite people, and they definitely don't have mouths that look like that.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with you. I don't believe in that either, but I feel it's best just to kind of go with flow sometimes.
Oh, and where did you get your medical degree, Doctor?
Oh, no.
I got mine at Miskatonic University. No, this is in reaction to the Brody fellow.
Gotcha.
No. William has left. This is Jacob, the like little boy. He's like 21 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Okay. Lucas leans down to him and says, "You're in mortal danger. We must speak, and we must speak quickly."
And I'll just grab my case from the room and then close up the door and head down there as well.
Gotcha. So Jacob kind of like looks back at Dr. Lucas, and he like looks towards Dylan. Have you left his side? Have you already gone towards your room? He like knows Jerry has a little bit of trust for you two, but are you still there?
Yeah, so he went up towards his room, and then when came back when Dr. Lucas essentially said, "Let me, why don't you come to my room and we'll take a look at that."
Gotcha. So we'll say that maybe you're still kind of like up on the landing. They're all kind of like approaching the stairs here because he was still following Jerry for her conversation level. And like when he hears this from Lucas, he like looks back towards the other two and starts to like question like, sir, I don't know you. I don't mean any insult. Like maybe the Badgers are real.
Quiet now.
He's scared shitless by like this like threat from Dr. Lucas.
With all the authority, of his medical training, he can do. Lucas grasps his shoulder and quiet now. and kind of hustles him towards towards room 4 or whatever it is, the shared room.
Roll a psychoanalysis for me, please. Gotcha. So you're not really finding him too much calmer. Can I get a bonus dice persuade from Jerry, and then like maybe a persuade from um Dylan as well? Oh my god, yeah, okay. Just crushing it.
Nice job.
Thank God.
So he's like kind of like doubting things, kind of like wondering what he's gotten himself into here. But like as he like looks basically back towards Jerry and Dylan for like a little bit of confirmation of like why is this person threatening me? You guys kind of have this kind of like enough to like recall him back from this kind of like fear induced moment. And theoretically we get you all inside of room 4, and you guys can continue your conversation from here as he kind of like looks around and he's like, I I don't mean any I don't I I don't know why. And he's just kind of like rambling on, still like shaken. But you guys have him in a private room.
I place my hand on his shoulder and I say, sir, I believe you. And I kind of look him like straight in the eyes, I seriously believe you. I'm not sure why the gentleman at the front desk does not remember your friend checking in, but I, for one, sir, believe you that he was here. In an attempt to calm him down and let him know that I believe him.
He left Kingsport before me, and I was coming down from Miskatonic. He should have been here before me. I thank you. Somebody finally understands. Like Abe should have been here. He got kicked out of his house on the 30th. I left on the 31st. There's no way he didn't get here. And he's just kind of like going over some of these like facts in his head, and it calms him. He's still a little shaken because there's a lot going on in what is happening to him right now. Nobody specifically hit the psychoanalysis to really calm him, but he's like still kind of like almost in like a Charlie Day, like red lines on a board here, like plugging in all these little locations. He knows something is wrong.
Your friend Abraham Hickey did stay here. Mr. Brody is well aware of the fact. I don't know what happened to your friend, but the odds are good that he is dead. It is imperative that you leave this place immediately. Now remind me, do you have a car?
I what what why how could you say that he's dead? Why Abe can't be dead. Where Abe can't be dead. We were gonna run a a co- a- a-
Listen,
and
you
he's
must
just going to be
focus.
kind of broken here. The bedside manner of a doctor is not what this 21-year-old needs. And you can
Sure.
kind of tell, like, he's right back to his brain is fractured between this idea of, like, a car, but Abe, and he's dead. How could you know? And he's just kind of like oscillating between these thoughts, and nothing is comprehensible.
John turns to his friends and says, we must convince the other guests of this hotel to leave, even if we ourselves continue to stay here the night. You all know what I'm talking about.
Max kind of gestures to the spike and holds up his hand as he goes, well, I can understand your logic. I'm afraid I just can't. I don't see a way that we can connect all the facts together that will convince this young man here. He gestures over to Jacob to be a little bit. What his name is Jacob, right? Sorry, brain for a moment.
Indeed, Jacob Trent.
Thank you. He seems to be locked into a little bit of. Max pauses for a second before he goes. Saw the same thing, you know. Men that just got locked under the same mental track and couldn't get themselves off it, both over in France and back here.
Dylan's gonna kind of walk up to Jacob and kind of like this time get like kind of right in his face, and like he's got the wound and he's looking at Jacob and kid, you're right. This isn't a badger bite. Something a lot worse. Just God damn it, just trust us when we say you got to get the hell out of here.
Roll and intimidate. I can't leave. Abe's gonna meet me here. I can't leave. Can't leave. Abe is going to meet me here. We're gonna meet. We're gonna run. We're meeting here. Abe's going to be here. We're going to meet here at the hotel. I have to stay for Abe.
So Dylan is gonna like open his mouth. He's getting like frustrated and he wants to blurt it out, but he's trying to hold himself back. He's gonna kind of glance towards the others.
So Jacob's going to kind of like oscillating in these lost thoughts here. Is going to kind of like fall back into this idea like, I'm going to wait for Abe. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll see Abe tomorrow. Abe will be here tomorrow. Just have to go to sleep. And Abe's gonna kind of like look back at all of you like, thank you. I'm gonna go wait for Abe. I have to go. Tired.
Of
Lucas
course.
kind of puts his hand towards in front of the door and says, at the very least, take this bed, and let one of us stay with you tonight.
Go for persuade.
Turn it.
Your kindness is appreciated, sir. I thank you all. I don't think Abe would appreciate if I was staying with other people. We're gonna run away. I'm gonna go wait for Abe. Thank you. Thank you.
John shakes his head and takes his hand away from the door.
Dylan is reaching into his pocket. He's pulling out a cigarette to light it, and he's gonna just mutter, "Your own damn funeral, kid." But yeah, otherwise, he's not gonna try to do any more persuading.
Before you go, young man, what room are you staying in?
He like looks to the opposite side, and he's just like points towards the lake, basically from where you all are. I'm right over here in 8. I'm gonna go wait for Abe. Abe will be here in the morning. Abe and I are gonna leave in the morning.
As he says that, Max stands up, not to like intercept him, but more to like put a hand on his shoulder, and go. This Abe must mean a lot to you if you're so devoted to waiting for it. A good friend, I assume.
Was it a bloody hand?
No, it's not the bloody hand. It's the good
Gotcha.
hand.
So he kind of like looks at you with like a little like kind of like spark of light in his eye, like Abe and I, we were gonna run away. His parents disowned him.
Well, that's a damn shame, isn't it? But that he must mean a lot to you if you're willing to just go off with him. I mean, his parents disowned him, but did yours disown you, perhaps?
He's a good. Abe's a good friend, and I'm gonna stick by his side, and we'll find a way. We'll make it work find a way.
Max pats him on the shoulders. He goes, "I don't mean to pry. I just wanted to say it's very admirable what you're waiting on him like this."
So he's pretty much out the door. I feel like at this point, did you have another thought there from the Magic Man?
No, I'm just trying to figure out if we knew anybody that was staying in room 3. I feel like that was one of the mystery rooms.
Yeah, right now, like this is again from like the recapped information. You guys have 1, 2, and 5, or 1, 2, and 4. You met Jacob Trent in room 8, and he said a man and a woman were staying next to him, and you met the woman who was in 7. You guys have met Bill Dunstan, so you have a slight assumption that he is the man who is in room 6, but you don't know. But room 5, 6, and 3, you don't really know who's there, but Bill Dunstan is theoretically in room 6.
I have it in my notes that Dustin, I think he may have told us that because I have that in my notes from last week.
Jacob Trent, like, vaguely knew. So yeah, you guys should have that information. It was just never specifically said where Dunstan was. Oh, you have it in your notes that Dunstan said that? I wouldn't be surprised if I cleared it up.
Yeah, I don't specifically say how I knew it, but it's in the notes that I made about the Dustin conversation. So
Yeah, you
I
guys
think
were pretty
maybe we
friendly
asked
with
him.
him and kind of cracked his shell pretty quickly. So I have a feeling it's pretty safe to say, yeah, you guys probably know that Dunstan is in 6, Sarah is in 7, and Jacob is in 8.
Well, now that things have calmed down a bit and he's gone, I'd like to have a look at this lock here, and I may just have something for it. Someone could bring the light close. I'm gonna check out room 3. So I'm gonna lay out my case of tricks like on the little table or bed or whatever, and then I'll open it up and I'll like sift through a couple things. And I have lock picks, and I want to try to pick that lock.
Gotcha. Like you're going out on the patio and you're going to pick the lock to enter the door?
Oh no, aren't they connected through the rooms?
Yeah, so they're basically a deadbolt on each side. Like there's a lock there, but you can only pick the lock that is meant to be opened from your side.
And was there a window on like the patio or only like the front part for the reception?
I think the reception's described as only having the front window.
Well, it doesn't look like I'll be able to use them from the inside. Maybe someone could step outside with me and sort of stand in the way. The distraction. I'll hold the light.
Max shrugs as he goes, what the hell? I've got nothing better to do. Before he just sort of like grabs a handkerchief and sort of like wraps it loosely around his hand. Come on, Doc. Come on, Magic Man. I'll go ahead and give you some.
Yes, I'm not sure what we'll find in there or even why I want to look. I thought it would be convenient to get in from the inside, but I have the idea in my head already, so.
Curiosity and determination, my good man. Never let anybody dissuade you from doing what you think that you need to do to get to the bottom of a mystery. That's how I've always lived my life, after all. And yes, I may be poor, broke, penniless, and traveling alone, but don't let that dissuade you.
All right, excellent. Be my lookout guy. Try to keep it down. Don't draw any unnecessary attention.
Me draw unnecessary attention? Who do you think I am, good Magic Man?
Okay, exactly. All right.
So head out there and let me get a spot hidden from Max and then a lock smithing from the Magic Man. What do we got in the 3 who are still inside of the room? Are you on the level of you want to take some time to try to science those 2 test tubes that you've collected, good doctor? Or
I guess my very first priority might be to medicine Dylan, if that was a possibility. But if it wasn't, I'd turn my attention to trying to science those two vials.
Gotcha. Yeah, the two of you could take a little bit more significant of a time to start applying some medicine. While they then are kind of busy, kind of cleaning out this wound and kind of getting it more properly bandaged. What is Jerry up to?
I was gonna go and talk to possibly the I don't know, the caretaker or the guy at the front desk and see if he and anyone was around over there.
Gotcha. So you wanted to head to reception?
Yes, please.
Gotcha. So yeah, we'll kind of have like the three of you, Maximilian, Magic Man, and Jerry kind of head off at the same time. So realistically, Maximilian is just as much kind of watching out for Jerry as he is for anything like that might bring attention to the two of them. Um, so what do you have in mind as you head off there, Jerry?
I find it very odd that the caretaker or reception man doesn't seem to remember two of the occupants that were here. That obviously were here at some point and had checked in, but he doesn't seem to remember them at all.
Gotcha. So like theoretically when you head over to reception, you like open the door, everything's kind of quiet like it was the evening or earlier today, where there's like nobody in the reception area. The bell rings though as you open the door. This time it takes maybe a minute or so, a little bit less, for William to kind of like head out from the back. And he says, "Ah, yes, how can I help you, young lady?"
Yes, sir. I was wondering if you, by chance, remember two previous occupants that would have stayed here recently, between maybe 1 and 3 weeks ago?
My memory does fail me quite often. What were their names?
One was Abe and the other man was James, both fairly young. Perhaps you have them in your logbook where people sign in when they check in.
So he like pulls out the registration book again, and I'm pretty sure you recognize the first time. There's a page missing
Page
from
ripped
it. So
out,
like,
yeah.
yeah, when you see him pull it out, like there's your kind of like sign in information that he's got, like Jerry Thornhill, or I guess really like, is it Geraldine Thornhill,
Yes.
room 1, 2, and 4, and he's got this like all kind of set up like on a fresh page, and he flips to the previous page and he looks it over and he's like, "I don't see an Abe or a James." And he flips over like one other page. You can see he's kind of like putting on a show for you that he's like looking through these. And he like flips to another one. The other dates are from last year already. Like from the moment he flipped the page, that page is all dates that are like December of 1930. So he's already kind of looking many weeks in the past, and he's like, "I don't see any Abe nor a James. Um, must just be some mistakes. Perhaps people went on a little bit further than was expected."
I kind of stop him there and I kind of put my finger in the section with the missing page and flip it back over and say, what about the logs that were here in this section, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
Um, might have just been. Let me have you roll a psychology, please.
You got it.
Believe I spilled some coffee on that around New Year's. Went to pop the cork of a bit of champagne to celebrate another year of business. And I just spilt my coffee as well and figured it was an empty page. I might as well just get rid of the stains then, keep it nice and fresh, and make sure nothing else had to suffer from my carelessness.
Geraldine, obviously getting a little tired of the runaround, she kind of looks at him and gives him a less coy look and a more serious look. Like, sir, okay, to be honest with you, I have encountered this Abe person that I'm looking for. You say you have not heard of out here in the surrounding parts of your hotel, and he wasn't exactly in a good shape. And any of your
Oh,
residents?
Abe is somewhere around here. I believe that young boy was looking to find his friend Abe.
Oh yes, yes he was, and we did encounter. Oh, sorry, I say I. I don't include anybody else in this. So yes, I did see him, and
You're learning.
there is a lot of things that I think it'd be best if you just talk to me about here before any real authorities get involved, given the circumstances.
I'm not quite sure what circumstances you are implying, but if we need real authorities here, we have to send somebody to the general store, and it would be best if we did so quickly. It is getting mighty late, and I don't remember the name of the woman who I made up to give you a name of who runs that general store, but that name again, she tends to close up around dark, and it's only getting later. So if we need to phone somebody, we need to do so as soon as possible. Miss
Okay.
Haggerty, I feel like maybe.
It was old lady Haggerty.
Like, I mean, this is one of those weird things where, on some level, what he's telling you comes off as he's telling you the truth. You know that you guys have encountered Abe in the woods, but like this guy is believable. You don't really have a sense of what to make of his story in the long run. Failing the psychology doesn't give you any way to read him other than he seems to be telling his truth. Like, this is a truth.
Gotcha. Can I roll some kind of like knowledge roll or something to see if I can deduce what is making everybody forget things around here? Like, just not what is doing it specifically, but an idea of what may be causing it.
You could roll an idea roll. I think that's just kind of general intellect.
I apologize. I hit dexterity by accident.
Yeah, you're good. Neither of those matter though. 94 out of 75 is just as bad.
Yeah. They don't matter anyway, so let's go. So I turned to the rest of the party and just, asked, so what do you gentlemen want to do? Do you think we should go phone the authorities? Do you think we should look around more?
Gotcha. So technically, you're at reception there. So we're gonna jump away from you at the moment here. Um, Maximilian, you're sitting there watching. You see Geraldine go in. You don't see anything. You're basically just kind of watching the light that's coming from the reception area and hoping to also kind of like listen for anything. I still called for just the spot hidden. It still kind of fits for what you're doing, but you're basically just kind of sitting by and like almost listening more to Magic Man just kind of like struggling at that lock. I think the big question that I have is, Magic Man, do you want to push that roll?
Do I have any reason to believe that number 3 is the room that we need to get into?
In particular, I don't know if there's any reason that you need to get in there that you would want to push it. I'm at this point just kind of asking you. As far as I know, the only real room of interest that you guys have right now is like 3 and 5 are interesting because you don't know much of anything about them. 1 is the room that you guys have heard that James stayed in. So I would say more than anything, you want to get into room 1, not necessarily room 3. But you don't have to struggle to get into room 1. Technically, I think you and Dylan are the ones staying there, anyways.
Yeah, according to my notes, David and Dylan are staying in.
Yeah, I guess I would just give up on it. I kind of just thought it was like more convenient if we'd be able to get into it from the inside of the other room. and then just kind of got like pigeonholed into that idea. So I think I would abandon ship.
Yeah, that's where again you guys know from like rooms 1 and 2 basically that each of you has a deadbolt on that door. I don't think there's any way to pick a deadbolt from the opposite side. If you know the lock is there, you can like shoot it with a gun, but that's kind of like the limit of you getting into room 3 from room 4 is trying to predict where the deadbolt is and like blasting it with your gat.
Well, I mean, let's hope we haven't reached that point.
Right. So theoretically, I think everybody's kind of like finished with this little spread. We can kind of like bring you guys back. Maybe Max and Wilcox are like heading back a little bit before Jerry is, but in the long run, I think the three of you are taking less time. I think Wilcox and Maximilian are taking less time than Jerry, and Jerry is taking less time than Dr. Lucas is to work on Dylan. So all of you can head back in there while Lucas is a little bit more like occupied still with working on Dylan.
If we didn't spend much time, I would just ask Max if he wants to hop over to room 1 real quick and just have a look around. We didn't spend that much time in it, and there's definitely some suspicion that there could be a clue or something there. While they're busy, we have a minute. Rather than keep fiddling with this door unsuccessfully, perhaps we could step down to room 1 and have a look. Perhaps something important.
Well, I suppose it is better than doing. Hang on, exit time. Well, I suppose it is better than doing nothing down here, isn't it? After all, we're just delaying at this point, trying to spin our wheels, as it were.
And James stayed in room 1, so maybe he left something behind, a secret message or some other form of clue. It's worth a look.
Anything to get us out of this logjam. I'd rather not be stuck wondering where to go and just figure out where to go. And besides, as you walk, he gleefully pulls out a small packet, like a small battered box. As he goes, I finally get to use my ghost finding kit.
All right, well, I'm not sure if we'll find any ghosts, but at this point in time, anything would be good.
You never know until you take a look, Magic. Aren't you supposed to be the one that's pulling things out of unexpected places?
Yes, and in all my time and experiences, I've never found any ghosts. I don't suppose you've found any.
Not as of yet, but that hasn't deadened my determination to try.
Sure, sure. Well, maybe we'll get lucky today. So yeah, I think we'll like go inside and just kind of like look around for like a secret hidden message or like any kind of random clues.
Before they even start on that, Max pulls out, like, he opens up the ghost hunting kit. Inside is a small package. Hang on. Inside is a small little tin of talcum powder, a thermometer of the time, a little ball of string, a screwdriver, and a holy Bible. Yeah, sets the ghost finding kit down. Uh, Pulls out the Bible first. He goes, I always try this the first time round. I figure that if it is indeed the spirits of the damned, they'll respond to the power of Christ compels you. He holds up the Bible and then he shrugs. He goes, I mean, it's what all the Catholic priests say I'm supposed to do. So you never know.
Trying to see, is there like a faith um skill? Is there a ghost finding skill?
No, there's not. It's just a bunch of accumulated stuff put together that people believe would help them look for ghosts. There's absolutely nothing attached to it. It just happened to be as part of the flavor text. It was in his description.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything kind of like I don't know, that's a weird one.
It's just
I feel
it's
like
just
there
a
should
bunch
be
of stuff.
something to let attached to it, but
There's
what is
nothing.
it? Everybody starts with 5% occult. Let me just throw it to you. You can make an occult check as you kind of like walk in there.
I've got I've got 65, so sure, I'll give it a shot.
Wait, you've got 65 occult?
65 occult. Why do you think I asked
Yeah.
if I could try to identify Abe last time?
Well, that's why it's attached to that though, is because he actually has a cult. So
Sorry about that.
again, yeah, Jerry, technically you're not part of this, but you can rock out the occult there for Mr. Hirsch.
Just rocking around
around
with
with
the
the
occult right there. 25 v 65.
So as you kind of like step into this room and you start to go through I don't know. Let's call it like I feel like there's like just under 300 psalms. So let's say there's like Psalm 320 something, which is like effectively an apocryphal psalm that is a part of your Bible, which actually has like some of these occult rituals in it. And you kind of like step into this kind of like almost summoning this like power of the spirits to effectively see like is there some sort of like spiritual connection here, is there some sort of ghostly presence, and there's a moment when you like step through this door that everybody is going to experience as all of the lanterns go out.
Max,
There's no
pauses.
wind.
Go ahead.
There's no wind. Nothing blew them out. The two of you are experiencing this moment as Maximilian is like walking into this room, producing this ritual. The two of you understand what's happening. But yeah, I'm gonna go down the line in a few moments here. But Max Wilcox, what do you do when he does this and all of the lanterns go out?
Max quietly says, "I'll be damned, that Mormon was right." Before he, no, it's a joke, honey. Hang on a second.
What kind of thought do you have, Wilcox, or would you rather me wait for him to come back?
No,
And
no,
I'm
I'm
gonna
back.
go.
I'm back. I'm back.
Gotcha.
I don't know how you did that, Max, but that's quite an impressive trick.
Max kind of clears his throat as he goes, "Yes, well, now it's time to take that Calvinist advice." He holds up the Bible, like just holds it up, doesn't open it now. He just holds it up as he goes, "Am I speaking to the spirit of our friend James?"
You wait a moment. Silent. Nothing happens.
Oh, damn it! Maybe I should have listened to the Muslim instead. Okay, so glances around, and nothing like. So, wait, these are oil lanterns, right?
They are indeed, and I think 1930 is old enough that they're hurricane lanterns.
Right.
I oddly know enough about lanterns to know that the hurricane lantern was eventually created, and they can stay lit in winds up to like 60-mile-an-hour gusts.
That is very impressive. Max steps over to the first one to check and make sure that there's actually oil in it first. Let us eliminate the mundane.
So the two of you can start to look around for those lanterns in a moment here. Geraldine, you are still kind of like mid-conversation right about where we left off with William, as he's kind of like sending you on your way, when all of a sudden the two lanterns in reception just go out and you're in complete darkness. What are you doing?
Oh my. Sir, are you okay? The lights seem to have gone out.
Uh, Awfully strange. And you kind of like hear just the sound of like a hand kind of patting around the desk before kind of like takes a moment. You hear like a box slide open. Do you want to do anything before he strikes a match?
Can I... Hmm. Would it be possible for me to procure his shotgun without him noticing? I don't know if I can ask that question feasibly.
All right, how about we go for this thought? maybe don't say anything to him. And if you wanted to, is your first thought to try to steal the shotgun the moment it's dark and try to
Yes.
get out of there?
Yes, please.
So, um, I'd say go for a dexterity, and I'm thinking it's going to be at very least hard. I think if you don't get extreme, there's still danger to it. But I think that's where I'd probably say this is a very dangerous idea. But yeah, so when the light goes out, there's just that instance of your like thought, and he just kind of hears like the cracking of your knees as you try to like jump over and like almost like hip slide over the the desk there and just like catch one of your knees, and you're basically just going to kind of like stumble back down. um it's not obvious what you're doing, but you again kind of hear after a few moments like the like sliding of a matchbox, and he
Okay.
cracks a little match, and like you're gone, and he's just like, ma'am, uh, um, and then he like takes a moment, lights one of the like walks around and lights like the first of these lanterns like right as he like has to wave out the match, and like as he turns around he sees you like on the ground like, oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm not used to the lanterns going out, ma'am. And he'll kind of like reach over to you, and like look down, like, are you okay down there?
I kind of
Are you a
fix my shirt, dust myself off a little, go to start to stand up. Yes, yes, sir, I'm fine. It seems I'm quite more afraid of the dark than I realized.
Do you ask for help up, or do you just kind of
I reach,
stand on your own?
I reach out a hand.
Roll a psychology for me again.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to toggle it off.
Oh yeah, you're good. It's still on hard, but you can mark down psychology as a success. As you like kind of like reach out a hand, like, I'm a lady, help me up kind of thing. There's like a odd moment of hesitation. He's not trying to help you up like at first. He's like asking, "Are you okay?" But like there's that moment where it's like you kind of like are looking through and like have this sense like there's a delay. It doesn't just come to him right off the bat to like help you up. And he'll like kind of like eventually reach out his hand. He's not terribly sturdy, but you can get a little bit of assistance standing. um ooh, let me, I don't know, uh do a medicine with a bonus die.
Do you want me to toggle that back to a regular roll, right? Wait, are you talking to me? I don't typically do medicine.
Yeah, for Jerry. Can you roll a
Okay.
medicine with Jerry with a bonus die?
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's a rough one. Even the 25 is so far cry. Yeah, so as you kind of like reach up, he's just got kind of like clammy old person hands. Um, I don't want to insult old people and be like terribly ageist, but this is definitely one of those things where like sometimes like you just would rather have not touched an old person. They've just got too much skin. They feel really weird. It's just one of those things where he helps you up, goes along, lights the other lantern, and I'm gonna go to Dylan and Dr. Lucas. As the lanterns in your room goes out, you're kind of like in the middle of like finishing a little bit of like the cleaning out of this wound. You know it's like free of any kind of like badger matter. What kind of thoughts do you guys have as the lights just like in an instant, no wind, no really explanation, goes dark?
Yeah, so I would imagine, like, probably Dylan maybe like took a seat on the bed to, so that to give Dr. Lucas kind of a better, ability to see it. And I think as the lights go out, he's going to essentially just like jerk himself upright out of, you know, and kind of instinctively step forward. I think he's going to kind of reach out and draw the switchblade and kind of like almost instinctively kind of like step in front of the doctor, like put a hand out, almost like, stay behind me, like I'll protect you kind of thing, which might seem a little out of character for Dylan, but I think that'd be kind of his first instinct, and then he'd kind of uh, stay close, and he would start moving towards the door with the intention of going out onto the landing to kind of take a look and for the others.
How about from the doctor? What do you think you're doing?
So, the background to this is that the doctor is convinced that Brody is, a modern day Procrustes and is killing his travelers. And he's been expecting an attack at any moment. So he takes this darkness to be, oh my God, everyone else in the party is probably already dead and now he's coming for us. So he sort of holds his scalpel up as if it's a sword, and is perfectly thrilled that Dylan seems to be willing to take the brunt of this. So he puts his hands on Dylan, puts his his left hand on Dylan's shoulder and follows him as he advances to the door.
Gotcha. So the two of you go defensive. Geraldine kind of has this little moment, and then we're gonna go back to Wilcox and Hirsch. As you guys are basically, I think Hirsch was making his way to the lantern to get that relit.
Actually, while I'm doing that, I had another thought. So before he gets to the lantern, actually, Hurst is going to stop for a moment and he's going to have a listen. Give me just 1 second.
Gotcha. At present, we're still kind of in the moment. There's not much for you guys to hear. Like, there's not much going on here. The weird little moment was when you kind of like brandished the Bible, and on some level, like, you seem to put out the lights. Um, it's just kind of like a quick little instant. It probably isn't enough that you're even like sure that it's like any sign of ghosts. It's just kind of a weird little moment for yourself.
Yeah.
I think I would definitely light a match and turn into a cigarette quickly.
Once you do that, Hurst kind of glances over as he goes, "When you're done with that, if you'd be good, perhaps we can try to relight these lanterns."
Yeah, and like all of the lanterns around the hotel right now, everything is freshly refilled. We're still early in the evening. You guys are looking at like maybe like 7:30, 8 o'clock kind of thing. These lanterns are filled to burn, for like 4 or 5 hours into the night, well into when everybody should be asleep. They're all pretty much full in oil. It's not that they ran out of oil.
Hurst sighs in disappointment as he expresses, "Well, I had hoped this strange occurrence might mean that we'd have a breakthrough, but oh well, time to venture forth with the next procedure, the next ritual. Again."
What do you mean? I'm not sure what you were expecting, but all the lights went out at the same time. Some sort of result. I would imagine that's better than nothing.
It certainly is, but unfortunately we cannot proceed if the trail before us is not lit. So I waited to see if something would happen. I asked to see if there was a spirit, and I listened to see if there was perhaps a reply or some other thing behind the phenomenon. And when none of those worked, well, figured we must have missed whatever it was.
Could I by chance roll maybe a? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh well, for now, what are you thinking, Christy?
Perhaps rolling a cult to think back on things I have seen throughout my life on this, or interviewed other people in these situations, and see if I can recall anything that would, I don't know, give me an understanding of what's going on, I guess.
You could roll a hard occult here. Dr. Lucas, what's up?
I was gonna say my only other option at this point is to go out and do some more like searching to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, that was more me that I was rewarding Max than I was trying to like sidetrack you guys. Dr. Lucas and Dylan, as the two of you kind of like come out with your sharps kind of like brandished, you're basically coming out to see like as Wilcox is like lighting a cigarette and like reaches out and relights one of the lanterns on the outside of the building. Um, and again, you guys are pretty much in darkness here. You would have seen from the lights that there was no light coming from outside, like fading in. So as you kind of come out here, you're next to one of the two lanterns, is the one that like hangs right by your door. So theoretically, if you guys want to get back to that medical procedure, you can grab this lantern and relight it while you're here. But that's kind of like the moment where you guys kind of collide there. Yeah, and I'm gonna stick with the idea like Jerry doesn't really have any sense of like you don't hear that Maximilian is over there like chanting a kind of like occult ritual of one of the um hidden psalms.
Okay, understood. For now, since I'm in a situation where I am kind of separated from the group, I'm gonna kind of hang here for a minute while I go do something for one of my kids, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, you're good. Theoretically right now, Max and Wilcox are really the active kind of group as they're still kind of doing something.
Okay, awesome. Right on.
Once we have light again, Max busts into his kit one more time. As he goes, well, all right then. That one didn't work. We continue onwards. Let's see. He pulls out the small tin of talcum powder. Supposedly, if you spread this around in a circle, and then you also put some string across it, and then he like begins rigging up the ritual as he glances over at the magic man and says, "Perhaps you could take a quick round. This is going to take me a minute or two, especially because I only have one good hand."
Yes, that's perfectly acceptable. I'll have a look around before you burn the place to the ground. Please don't ignite that before alerting me.
I have only ever burned two places to the ground, and the second one was not my fault.
All right. Well, we'll just hope this won't be another incident.
I mean, yes, it was my ritual, and I had lit everything up, and I was prepared, but I did not make allowances for the drunk that came bursting into my motel room. So it was not my fault when his whiskey landed on my candles.
I think that's happened to all of us, at least in some form.
See, at least you understand. Now, yes, of course, back to the ritual.
Meanwhile, Dylan is he would probably maybe relax a little bit seeing David out lighting up a cigarette, and he would probably grab one of the hurricane lamps on the wall here and using a match kind of light it up and kind of turn back towards Dr. Lucas and probably head back in to let him kind of finish taking a look. I think Larry's away from his computer for a moment, but
Gotcha. So I think right now we've got Wilcox kind of looking around room one, and Hearst is preparing to kind of spread talcum over. So like in general, these rooms are like the two beds. You've got like a toilet and a shower in the bathroom, with a sink, like all three separate little amenities. There's a little like kind of like nightstand bookshelf kind of thing along like say the like southeast corner, that there's a couple of books stacked on. All of them have little Indian rugs kind of in the centerpieces there, along the floor. But like overall, like what are you kind of doing here, Wilcox, as you start to like search around? What kind of thoughts do you have?
It's like looking for somewhere where somebody might have left like secret message, inscribed something, a hidden piece of paper, some kind of clue, anything out of place.
Gotcha. I guess really just go for a spot hidden here. Alrighty. So, while you're kind of like going through everything here, there's a bunch of like kind of like normal books in the bookshelf. Like a history book. There's like some books on like the local wildlife. A few different novels. Like some of them are romance. Some of them are like science fiction kind of things. There's a few like pieces from different like this and that, like different published things like on the bookshelf. And then there's a spiral bound notebook. When you take the time to open up the spiral bound notebook, you find this piece of paper kind of like tucked in as one of the final little pieces kind of like written in the book before all the pages are kind of blank. I don't know. I'm tempted to just say everybody kind of read it, but I'm also kind of tempted to read it to you guys. Gonna go with all around silence that I think everybody is reading.
No, I've just been sitting here staring a hole into my monitor.
Yep, I've read it.
Same.
So the other thing that you find while you are kind of pacing around the room is kind of just like moving around. Uh, you like end up kind of like getting your feet kind of caught up on the carpet as you're kind of like flipping through this notebook, and you guys are gonna notice that there is a door underneath this little Indian carpet in your room.
Holy shit, man. We gotta get them. Get their attention, but discreetly.
Hang on, I didn't hear any of that because our youngest decided to start screaming his head off again.
We gotta get their attention discreetly. Get them in here. This could be it.
First glances over his shoulder at you, as he's just finished his ritual, and then glances down and looks up again as he goes, I got it, actually. I didn't even have to go through. He stands as he goes, very well then, I shall go and be discreet. He gives you a wink before he strolls out of the room with, like, only half the usual bombast he usually has.
And as he goes that way, I will go the other way and grab Jerry.
Gotcha. So, like, while you're walking down the landing or the stairs to like go around to reception, Jerry's heading out of reception, and she's kind of coming that way anyway. So, like, the two of you, you might like encounter each other on that level, while Maximilian is almost making it back to the other room as they're like continuing the medical procedure. But you guys can kind of continue from that moment. Otherwise, if you guys all want to collect back in room 4, you can kind of go ahead at that. But theoretically, you guys were already kind of like coming back together.
You might want to DM port Jerry because, yeah, problems on our end. 1 second.
Yeah, so I would think we would gather back up in room 1 then. If they're all done with their medical procedure and Max comes back with them.
Oh, on that level, you guys are still ahead of them. Like medicine takes a long time versus like what you guys are still doing is not necessarily like a full hour. So that's where you have a certain level of like you guys could go to room 4 and have a conversation while they continue working, or you can like interrupt the medicine to draw them to room 1.
No, I don't think we found anything that's time sensitive. So, yeah, I would just say gather up in 4 and let them finish the procedure.
Gotcha.
Take a little break if you want to.
So while like Dr. Lucas is working on Dylan, Dylan he's become a little more talkative. Probably a combination of like the blood loss and the whiskey and all that. So while like Dr. Lucas is kind of like working on inspecting the wound and everything, he's saying like Dylan's gonna be like, yeah, my brother, he's a doctor too, not medicine, philosophy. Kind of one of those fancy colleges, Boston thereabouts. And just kind of like more talkative than he's been in the last day or so that the group's been together.
Oh, philosophy. Very good. Very good. Lucas too is willing to sort of be more open and kind of talk out some of his nervousness. He probably studiously avoids talking about the fact that they were attacked by a dead person. So he tries to draw out Dylan on his family and kind of mundane matters.
If I recall, Dr. Lucas and Geraldine are the two who didn't lose any sanity when they saw Abe. The two of you don't necessarily have a concept of him being like some sort of like zombie. There's a weird disconnect in your brains. That's part of how sanity loss works in this game. Is losing sanity is how you start to believe in the mythos creatures. So you're almost like disconnected, I don't know, it's like blocked behind like a repressed wall almost of what really was going on.
Yeah, that's very much how I think of what he's doing. But in fact, I did lose 4 points of sanity when because it actually attacked me, and I guess I realized
Oh,
that what was
maybe
happening was impossible.
it might be Max and Geraldine then. I feel like two people passed the psychology tests.
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah,
that's
if anybody lost sanity, you actually get and can like really recognize that thing as what it is versus like the others are kind of like lying to themselves kind of thing.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right, I'll try to change my play a little then.
Well, and on that level too, that doesn't mean that you feel comfortable telling others that either. You could certainly, quote unquote, be lying to yourself when you're talking to other people about it, recognizing that it's real when you're like having inner dialogue. And then, you know what I mean? Like you could be trying to hide it from other people simply because your prestige necessitates that you don't believe in stuff like this, even though like inside you're like, holy shit, that person was definitely dead and bit this guy.
Yeah, that sounds exactly right.
Yeah, what happens in the creepy Hemlock Grove stays in the creepy Hemlock Grove.
Is Geraldine the only person? Gotcha.
But I guess also while we're here, this might also give us a little bit of time now that we're all gathered again to take a look. And now that we have a little bit of light with the oil lamps we've relit, take a look at that spike and see if we can make heads or tails of it. Maybe what it's made of, or
Does anybody have chemistry? And keep in mind, theoretically, right now, Dr. Lucas is still working on Dylan. So this is a little bit more still of a question for the other three.
yeah, that was
And
more
then as
above
well,
game
like,
suggestion from
yeah, like
me.
as well,
From
this
Dylan.
is like in the moment of are Maximilian and Magic Man like telling anybody else of what they found?
Oh, are you kidding? Max is basically he's gonna wait until the Magic Man is in the room and the door closes, and then he's gonna basically turn around and be like, "Gentlemen, lady, you will never believe what we found."
I mean, I could read you guys this note, but I think Max would probably do, and I would like let him do his little like performance.
He basically spells it out as he goes. For once, the ritual that I performed actually had good cogitative results. The first sign that we were on the right path was when I stepped into the room with a holy Bible and all the lanterns in the room went out.
I can vouch for that. It's true. He did the little thing, and neither one of us expected much, but all the lanterns did in fact go out. Quite strange.
And indeed, afterwards, when I went through all the usual established ways of seeing if there was some sort of ghost or spirit in the room with us, and we reestablished light, just as I'd finished setting down the second procedure ritual, our good magic man was suddenly guided to this note. He takes the piece of paper and holds it up, hidden away by none other than the man that we are here to find.
Likely a coincidence. The lights going out was quite the trick, and I think anybody who could have searched the room would have found that paper. But interestingly enough, some strange things did happen, and we found some clues. And you haven't even told them about the most important part.
Yes. I'm getting to that. You're spoiling the show. Jeez, for a showman, but no sense of the theatrics. Now, as well as this note from the man that we were sent here to find, our good magic man here was also inspired to discover, not a few feet from where I had just finished preparing the ritual, he waits under the rug, a trap door. He stomps his foot twice on the floor for emphasis.
Let me have you roll an art acting again for me, please.
Why?
Do you stomp on top of the rug?
Actually,
Please.
he does stop on top of the rug and then realizes his error.
There's the hollow ring of like moving boards and like metal of like a lock, kind of like cling, cling, as you stomp.
Max freezes in place before he slowly looks down. I'll be damned, I did it again.
There's no possible way.
I'll be damned, I did it again.
I'll grab the carpet as he like does it to like go to pull it away as soon as he moves.
The Bonner woman did mention hearing noises under the floor. Wonder if these are in every room.
My good gentleman and lady, do you realize what this means? It means that I have, hitherto unseen before, powers of recognition and revealing. He like stares off into the distance. What a gift.
Well, I think we know what the lock-picking kit's gonna be doing here. And I'll like open it back up and like prepare it, roll out like the little cloth with all the little tools in it.
All right, I think this is gonna be again where from the top this is just boards. You can see where they are separated with like the light kind of going down. You can see their hinges like on the outside of the building, basically, like beneath the floor. You can see where a bar crosses. So I'm gonna say if you can extreme a locksmithing, you can pick it. But you have a reasonable idea that the actual like lock hole is on the other side of the floorboard.
It's the same thing. I'm not going to be able to get in this way. The tools aren't meant to pick this lock from the other side. There has to be an entrance.
So Dylan is kind of assuming that the note has been kind of passed around so they could all read it once they came into the room. James here mentioned the brothers out in the workshop all the time. Maybe there's a way in from there.
Hang on. I almost have it. I want to push this.
Hold up, though. I asked for an extreme. An extreme is a 10, not 50.
Oh, so it would have to be a 10 to try to get it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
If you went to where the door is meant to be opened, it's a normal locksmithing. I'm trying to give you a chance at it by saying extreme, but they're not meant to be open from the side.
Okay, I got you. I won't then.
Yeah, this is kind of like you're seeing if you can relieve the tension and maybe kind of get like a hooked piece of metal around, but it's really, really like this is like Prison Break kind of thing where it's almost like you're trying to work in reverse without being able to see. You don't know what the lock looks like. Your tools aren't designed to work like this. So, um, but yeah, continue there.
So that's it. It's a one-way lock, and it leads into the rooms, hidden under a carpet. So you come in for the night, they slip you a little something. When you're fast asleep, they pop up through the floors and do whatever with you.
Modern day crusties, as I said. They dump your car in the lake, leave you out in the woods to after they've done with you. Maybe you survive, maybe you die of uh what do you call it? Ice freezing. And then oh God knows what then. Whatever that spike means. I'm telling you, there are 3 innocent people beyond that were not hired to investigate the missing appearance of James. We have a duty to get them out of here before we go any further.
So I think we've kind of continued on theoretically long enough that if you will, can you roll a medicine check for me for your work on Dylan? Solid. Put yourself a little tick there, and then roll a D3. You can \R space 1D3, or you could simply roll a D6 and have it.
About time we had a success on something.
So, 2 hit points you can gain, Dylan, as he finishes the like kind of like cleaning and like wadding of that wound.
And just among my concentrations would be like I want to pay a heck of a lot of attention to any of that black oil and so forth. So one reason why this took so long is because I was just utterly meticulous about cleaning and looking for any hint of infection by that fluid.
I don't believe you would have really seen any sort of foreign like black oil. I think overall it's a pretty clean wound. I'm not sure there's any reason to think that like Abe left any flesh behind. I'm not really sure there's any reason to think like his teeth didn't kind of like. I have a feeling you'd be cleaning a pretty clean wound. More or less, it seems like cleaning, like an animal kind of wound. You're not necessarily like in there finding any evidence of something supernatural.
Okay, sounds great. Whatever part of John that begins to believe or is willing to believe that something supernatural happens, he, sort of has that infectious zombie bite thing going on. So that was just, that part of his mind that he refuses to acknowledge.
Yeah, and this is kind of in that same vein where like you almost want to find some evidence that actually like gives you a reason to think like what you're doing has like a point. But it might actually almost be disappointing to not find what you would expect evidence wise to tell you that like Dylan might be turning into a zombie. Like you didn't find those things, which means he's either not at risk or what you would expect to find isn't what's going to turn him into a zombie. But continue.
No, that's it. At the end, he makes the final stitch or the final scrap, the final turn of the bandage, pats Dylan on the shoulder and says, sorry I couldn't do more for you, but I think that'll hold for now.
No, you did good, Doctor. Appreciate it.
I think it's perfectly viable that he also hands you a prescription for some heroin.
Of course. I mean, I'm not a I'm not a quack.
So yeah, Dylan will take that and kind of like wave it, put it in his pocket, and something to look forward to. To get back, get the hell out of here. But anyway, and he'll kind of glance again towards the now this trapdoor, and the entrances, whatever these are, is anywhere. My bet, it's in that workshop.
I mention it in the note here. Makes perfect sense. I can't imagine it's those two gentlemen, though. Didn't see the other one, but he was an older fella, and the other one supposedly in a wheelchair. How are they crawling up through floorboards and carrying people? Got to be someone else too.
Plus, it's a ruse. No better way to put people at ease than make them think you're a cripple.
These guys are like 80 years old, right?
Yeah, they're pretty old folk. I don't think any of you have really taken nearly as close of a look as Geraldine, though. The closest you guys really got was basically walking up to the front of reception here today. I guess really Dylan might be the closest anybody else has gone, like walking up near him and kind of accusing him, trying to get that like look to see like how he reacted to your wound. Other than that, you guys, yeah, would kind of just recognize them as like old people. I feel like the 20-year-olds might think they're like say 60. The like 40 and 50-year-olds might think that they're like 80 or 90. You know how people like you've got a drastically different view of what old is based on how young you are.
Blow it, yeah. Max pipes up as he goes, perhaps they only appear to be old, but really they've made some kind of, I don't know, spirit connection with some crazed native being while they were out searching for gold in California in the 1890s. He glances around the room as he goes, oh, I mean, it only just came to me, but who knows?
You may be joking, but it's not far from what Dustin said at the lake. He made some comment about them not having cared for, I can't forget what it is, but he implied that they're more ancient than they appear. Anyway, this is an old building, and I'm not sure how thick these floorboards are, but I do have a tire iron in the car. Lock be damned. Perhaps we could simply smash this trapdoor.
This is the point where Max kind of like grins. He goes, I knew I liked you. Just had that sense somewhere buried under the skin.
I mean, I suppose it's no less obvious or more obvious than trying to break in through the back door. Did we get a pretty good look at like that workshop area?
I don't think we have taken a good look at it yet. No. Most of our ventures have taken us out and around, but I don't think we've gotten a good.
Yeah, I think we saw it
you've
when
gone-
we circled around, but we didn't. Yeah, we didn't inspect it or go into it.
You've gone no closer than walking by it, basically. It has a large like staircase leading up to it, a ramp next to that, double doors leading into it, and a window on like kind of the northern side of the room. and then a window from the workshop overlooking the landing to the south on the lakeside. Again, remember this map is turned 90 degrees clockwise for what it is. I should have switched it in these 2 weeks. My bad.
I mean, if we go around and try to go in that way, it's going to be obvious, especially if somebody's in there. Maybe less loud. Perhaps we could pick the lock from that way, or we could try to break in through this. Be the furthest point from the actual workshop itself. It's going to be noisy, but
Lucas looks at strolls over to the table on which the long object with the scalpel-like end of it, and he wanders over to the trap door and he puts the sharp end, kind of exploratory. He puts the sharp end under the into the trap door, and he starts kind of tentatively wiggling it and seeing if he can pry it at all using that tool.
Tentatively, everything goes fine. Do you want to pry into it? You can make I think, power. Almost
John
want to
looks.
say.
Yeah.
I almost want to say just call it a fighting brawl. But it just depends how much effort you're going to kind of put into it, I think.
John looks around at the others. He's kind of looking for approval to put some muscle into this.
Oh, what's your brawl at?
Probably low. I think a 30.
I've got a 50.
I think it's an excellent idea, Doctor. Give it a shot. That thing looks sturdy enough.
Max kind of like sighs. He goes, "Doctor, no offense, but you need to work with your hands after all."
John makes an elaborate, spreads his hands elaborately and steps back.
Yes, whereas I have already done injury to mine, battling against, well, let's call him the living dead, shall we?
There you go, Max. Put a little elbow grease into it. Really lean in on it.
Excellent. So as you kind of like move over, keep the pressure on it right where Dr. Lucas had kind of like placed it. You saw where Magic Man was trying to pick it, and you guys just kind of hear like a little bit of as there's like a pop of metal on metal, and the door kind of like swings up with a little bit of the pressure, and you see like on that side the like one locking mechanism is like cut through, and it's sheared off mostly clean. A little bit of deformity. Does anybody have mechanical repair?
I've got a little bit.
Not higher than 10 for me.
I guess really it's not even something that I want to ask. Yeah, everybody I think starts with 10. So is anybody above 10%?
Not I.
All right.
Gotcha. Sounds good. That we just kind of continue with like the door kind of like swings open, kind of slams like on the other side of the hinges, not actually onto the floorboards. So it's only like it's up at like an 85-degree angle. Like it swings open enough that it rests on the floor on the inside. And it's not trying to fall back closed, and it cannot open to where it like flops down flat on the floor.
Max peers at it, pushes the door a little bit just to test to make sure that it does stay at that angle. Where he inspects the lock and then says, "Mr. Haggerty, I believe you win the prize." Trapdoor opens inside. The locking mechanism is on the bottom, well, accessed from underneath at least. And if you were pushing it from below, the hatch would not give you away because it would not slam into the floor. I believe we have our, well, if not a smoking gun, then we have at least found the bullet.
I'll gotta admit, I'm not sure I'm glad to be right. And he kind of glances at the tunnel, but if we're going down, I might suggest we grab a few spare lamps.
So you guys are looking down, been through the floorboards, and if you take like a light over to it, you can see the ground is probably about like 10 feet below you. You're probably know that you're about 10 feet above the ground by the stairs you've been walking up. You can see signs of like the rafters and the construction of the stilts that have the hotel raised up above, and you can see some of their like features here. At present, you're just looking down below the hotel into the area that was like, this is stuff that you could see from the outside if you're trying to look at it. There's like normally almost like fencing that kind of like blocks it off for like aesthetic purposes. But otherwise, like theoretically, you've known this place is on stilts, and like looking down through here, you just see signs of like the framework of those stilts.
So that it's not a passageway, and there's no ladder leading up to this particular trapdoor.
Ooh, I didn't think about the idea of whether there's like a permanent I would say, let's say maybe there's like extra 2x4s, so there's like a ladder like way to climb the rafters kind of thing. It's not a ladder, but it's also not a ladder. Like you could climb up to here without those extra 2x4s, but there are also extra 2x4s there.
It's almost like lattice work kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's the basics of it anyways, because it is basically a whole building is raised because of the flooding in 1809, I think. Like the actual place is raised up on stilts. So when you're looking down below, that's the infrastructure to raise the building up is what you're looking at. The extra 2x4s make it a little bit more like just climbing a ladder to get up to this little thing instead of like you could climb the triangles, you know what I mean? Like they're already there to be climbed. Those things just make it a little bit easier.
Max, real quick, grabs his camera, strides over to the open trap door, and takes a photograph. Excellent. Once I get all these developed, it will show a very clear line of suggestion. We'll have our evidence for our investigation.
I like Dylan's idea. We should get a couple extra oil lamps and at least have a look. I mean,
Oh, most certainly. Well, Max goes to grab one. I mean, how many are in each room? 4?
Oil lamps, there's one inside a room and one outside each room.
Well, I mean, Max has got the flashlight.
I will grab an oil lamp as I do not have them.
Yeah, so like if you guys were preparing to go like down and in there, you could easily grab 3 lanterns without removing any of the ones that are outside of your rooms.
Awesome, right on.
So if Geraldine goes back to her room alone, do you like just go and grab the lantern and come right back?
Yes, I don't believe I have any other belongings in my room. So yeah, I think so.
Gotcha. And while you guys wait for her, do you just kind of like hang out in the room, or you guys just hopping down there and just let her catch up when she gets there in a minute?
John takes a look at the lock that formerly held this. So while I now think okay, maybe this trapdoor was original construction and so forth, but is the lock modern, or does the lock, is it an old rusty lock that may not have been used for some time?
Make a locksmithing check. Looking over it, can't really tell the way it's been damaged. It's not really going to tell you, like, as far as you know, this kind of form of lock could be hundreds of years old. This kind of form of lock could be really new. It has a patina to it that tells you, like, it's been here for a while. But is that 5 years, 50 years, 700 years? There's no way for you to tell.
Fair enough.
I think Dylan is going to he's going to get ready to hop down. Hop down through the trap door.
So you say getting ready. What is holding you back?
Sorry, I meant like essentially like he's going to go jump down through.
Gotcha. So like you can put your legs down, get your legs on the rungs of, that makeshift ladder and start to climb down.
Yeah, and once he gets down, he basically wants to like take a look around the surrounding ground and see if there's any sign of recent tracks, footprints, essentially.
Gotcha. So you're climbing down, grabbing a lantern from everybody else, and then just gonna start looking around. You could do a spot hidden here, or you could do a tracking. Sounds more like you're looking for tracking, but you could use either right now.
Yeah, I mean he's looking specifically for footprints, so tracking probably makes more sense.
Is anybody else following him down at present?
God, I'm gonna push that if I can, if that's something I can push.
What do you think is going to go wrong if you push this and fail?
The whole building collapses on him.
I was thinking maybe like when he kind of jumps down, he lands awkwardly and like badly twists his ankle or something like that.
Gotcha. All right, so potentially like um a pretty dangerous wound kind of thing, like maybe breaking your leg. Gotcha. So yeah, you can push it.
Ah, that
Yeah,
tracks.
so Dylan kind of leads ahead of you guys and starts to kind of like move down as he's kind of like investigating down below. Apparently, I'm going to say nobody is following him because nobody jumped forward to tell me who was coming next. So he's just being a little bit more cavalier at present. You guys, all four from up above, hear a shriek from down below as Dylan, basically, you're going to kind of like slip, stepping over one of the like braces, one of the like lateral braces between these pylons. And when you step across to the other side, you slip a little bit. Your leg on the previous side gets caught in between a 2x4 and the actual like horizontal brace that you're stepping over. And there is a compound fracture as your bone pierces through your leg. I think it's a single bone on the lower half of your leg. Pierces through the front, and you have like a spike of a bone sticking out like towards your toes right now.
Meanwhile, up top, Max, upon hearing the shriek, glances up as he goes, "All right, everything should be good now." Pulls out his trench knife and heads for the ladder as he goes, "Well, tally ho, lads."
Dylan, can you
Lucas
take
ears,
5 damage, please?
Lucas' ears perk up and he's like, that sounded like a tibia fracture.
And theoretically, Geraldine, you are back with everybody. Like, so you heard that as well. I would even say so much as like Geraldine was like almost the second person down the ladder, as like everybody else was kind of waiting for you, and like Dylan was just like down and gone.
Okay.
So as you all are kind of hearing this shriek,
Oh
did you
my.
shut the door behind you, Geraldine?
Yes, I did.
Gotcha. You guys are gonna hear. Hello? Did you guys just yell?
Is that?
Did you guys just
is
yell?
Yeah, that guy's friend. Is that Abe's friend? I'm sorry. I forget
Okay,
your
wait,
name.
so
if
if
Geraldine
Geraldine
is
is
down the ladder now, right?
I'm in the room, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sticking with right now. You guys were kind of like playing it slow enough that right now 4 of you are up top, and Dylan is down below with a broken leg, and
Max,
somebody's knocking at the door up front.
Max dashes to the door as he quietly says, "Quick, move it back in place."
Lucas dashes to the trap door, lowers it quietly, and slips the rug over it.
Max,
Not
then
before I get
opens
out
the
of
door.
here. I gotta check on him, and I'm gonna go down the hatch.
It's Jacob. Can I come in?
Max opens the door a little wider as he goes, "Jacob, yes, of course. The young lad that we spoke to earlier. Come in, come in."
I had another row with William. I've got his keys to the workshop. And he like jingles them as he like sees the hole like in the floor. Did you guys cover that all the way up?
Yeah, we were covering it up.
Did you fully cover it up when he said, though, it's Jacob, and you opened the door for him?
Oh, that's a good one. Mm.
Max glances over his shoulder, looks back at Jacob, looks down at the keys, and then I'm going to use a fast talk real quick as he goes,
Well,
what was that?
before you tell me what your fast talk is, I want an answer from the 4 of you. You guys were going to cover the rug to cover the hole. Will Cox wanted to get to Dylan. You heard Jacob and immediately told me that you were opening the door. So I'm trying to say here, what did happen? Did Wilcox get told no? Did Wilcox make it halfway through and Jacob's walking in to see Wilcox's head disappear through the ground? Where are we at?
I swear I thought
I would have went down the hatch for sure, because I don't know what happened, and Dylan's hurt for sure. So I 100% would be going down the hatch. After I go down
So
the hatch in the amount of time, whatever they do.
Max is looking behind his shoulder. You're seeing Wilcox disappear through the hole. Jacob can see this. What is your fast talk?
the fast talk is Max turns back as he goes, "Let's just say we're in the middle of trying to connect what you're doing with what we're doing. So how about we take the keys, you pretend you never saw this."
Are you trying to take the keys from him?
Not forcefully, but his hand is currently outstretched.
Then the keys are gone. He's like, no, I'm going to find Abe. You guys can help me, or I can help you, but you're not keeping me out of this. I'm
Good,
finding Abe.
good sir, good sir. Come on, come inside.
Max,
There's a lot for
Connelly
you here.
glances
He
over-
walks right into the door as soon as Geraldine and like invites him in. He's like, so you guys found a way? This is interesting.
Max closes the door again behind Jacob as he goes, "Yes, it is indeed. Thanks to my powers of revealing, I managed to discover this little mystery hidden beneath our feet."
That seemed like a pretty horrific scream for finding a clue that led us to what we're hoping for.
Oh, no. We didn't scream when we found the clue. The scream happened when our associate went down there and suffered some sort of injury.
Lucas picks
For
up
this
his
place, that
medicine
checks out.
bag. Yeah. So Lucas, meanwhile, kind of in the comedy of absurdity, lifts the trap door fully open, picks up his medicine bag, puts the handle in his teeth, and starts climbing down while whispering below him, "Oh, hold on there, Dylan. Hold on."
And meanwhile, Dylan's looking at his leg, and he sees the bone sticking out, and he kind of looks to Wilcox, and then kind of up when he hears the trapdoor open again, and kind of sees the doctor, and kind of glances to him, glances to Wilcox, and back down at his leg. And I think I fucked up pretty bad here this time. That's a bad one.
As a quick note, Keeper, because I just remembered I should probably say the distinction. Max specifically locks the door.
Gotcha.
I'm saying that right now because it just occurred to me that I did not.
Let's be honest. If you guys are afraid of the proprietors of a motel, locking the door probably doesn't do anything for you.
Are there any chairs in the room?
I think the best that you've got is either moving the bed, which would also cover up the trapdoor, or trying to use that little the bookcase thing. It's just kind of like a little like end table almost. But it's one of those things like you kind of like look around and you're like, this room is surprisingly clean of anything that would be good at actually defending it.
Yeah, at that point, Max actually kind of says that out loud as he looks around. He goes, now that I look around at this place, there are surprisingly few amounts of heavy furniture in here. Like you could...
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Can I have a spot hidden when you do this?
Nope, never mind.
You want to push it?
I don't think it's gonna really help, and it's not really for much effect. So...
Sorry, I had to ask. No
I
offense to
get
Justin there.
that. I mean, if it was a closer, narrower margin, I might, or if it was for something more important. But now that I understand how critical it can be,
Yeah, statistically, it was a smart call, but I've been rolling like shit all night, so I should have seen it coming.
you've been rolling like shit.
Well,
Have you seen the number of failures I've rolled?
keep
I've
in
got,
mind
like-
also, one of the
Okay.
things to keep in mind is that you critically failed and then pushed it, not failing and then pushing it. So one-upping a fail takes it to a critical. One-upping a critical takes it to an even more dangerous level. That's why that was as hardcore as it is.
Should we call
Failing something and failing the push isn't always going to be as catastrophic as that kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess I
Oh.
I didn't notice there was a.
I might have
critical
gone a
fail.
little far because over 50% critical fails. Actually, I think it might still be 98, but I forgot about that.
So if it's a
So
step
for right now,
above,
continue what you guys are going for.
if it was a step above a critical failure, do we just call that a disaster failure?
Effectively, it's like rolling 100 kind of thing.
Yeah, that's you rolled a nat 0. You're not coming back from this. The golden dragon has you in its sights. You are going to die. Anyway, yeah, that's so Max locks the door, turns back, shrugs as he goes, "For what it counts, that'll probably slow him down for at least a few seconds. They're supposed to be ancient, right?" He does not sound convinced.
Wilcox gonna like get down close to Dylan and offer him a cigarette. Well, I guess it's not your day there, fella. Things just keep going wrong around you.
Seems to be, and he'll kind of wait. He'll wave off the cigarette. He's got it. He's got his own, so he'll take one out and go to light it up. But he looks very kind of ashen and wan, and clearly in a tremendous amount of pain, and trying to stay as still as he can. Leaning probably pretty heavily against the side of the structure here.
As I'm like taking a big hit of my cigarette, I'm gonna pull out my gun and I'll start like fiddling around with it, open it up and spin it, and I'll see I still got 3 bullets left in there. So, well, maybe it's about time we get you to a hospital, fella. Or, well, I consider you a friend. Still got 3 left if you want the easy way out.
Maybe let's try a splint first.
I have to talk to the doctor for that.
When John gets to the bottom of the ladder, he quickly examines Dylan. Not your day, my friend, is it? And I suppose first aid would be the appropriate thing. And he is, he's looking for some way to get Dylan mobile. If there is something he can splint it with handy, obviously he's going to use that. If nothing immediately presents itself, then he wonders if he can actually use the spiky metal thing to sort of bind that together as a splint to help him get mobile. But getting Dylan mobile is at the top of his mind.
What about one of
Gotcha.
the? Wouldn't a 2x4 be safer than the big spiky thing?
Yeah, if there's any loose wood down here, that would be perfect.
Well, okay, here's a couple of things. You could use the spiky thing to try to pry off one of the boards that make these makeshift ladders and potentially use that as a 2x4. They're about like a foot or two long instead of like the 3 or so feet of like a full like length of a leg. But we're primarily looking at the break in like a lower leg anyways, so it's potentially there to brace at least up to the knee kind of thing, versus the spike you have, and that is easily the length of his leg, and you could brace like all the way up to his hip. The second thing is I am going to backtrack that from a compound and say that instead of taking 5 damage, take 3 as if that was a D3, and we're gonna call that just a fracture, just a break. Because it is indeed, I was wrong. Like once you're 50 or over, 100 is a fail. So you're still just pushing a fail, not necessarily like a critical failure. So I'm going to backtrack that a little bit on how extreme it is. But it's still, there's always a cost to pushing rolls. So we're going to keep you a little bit wounded. And still you're not as bad as a compound. Compound fractures very quickly become deadly. Whereas this is just like immobilizing kind of thing.
Yeah, I imagine essentially the compound fracture is, if not an immediate death sentence, like it's going to get infected and he's going to die, in a week or.
Exposed bone marrow is far worse than simply having an exposed wound. And both of those are easily the type of thing that can get you killed. So you guys have Jacob up top, and I believe right now it's Geraldine and Maximilian, and then you've got the other 3 down below. Are you guys just going into like brace and everybody trying to then go below and continue forward? Are you trying to? What direction are we going here?
Well, first, just keeping in mind what you said earlier, Max peers in the hatch to make sure that it's clear down below, to make sure that he's not about to crush one of his teammates.
I think you can certainly, if your plan is to go down through the hatch, you can definitely wait until they're not in the way.
Yeah, let's try to avoid any more disasters. As he quietly calls down, gentlemen, if you would please, if we're going to come down and support you, we're going to need somewhere to put our boots, aren't we?
And Dylan's going to look to Dr. Lucas and Magic Man and might need your help here for a bit, and he'll kind of try to hobble a little ways to give to clear the opening for the others.
Oh yeah, my bad. You guys got a pretty big opening here. Like theoretically, Dylan is between 2 of these. Like the structure of like kind of the walls is what's effectively braced by these pylons, and then like the laterals. So I kind of had you stepping from 1 15 by 15 space into like the space beneath room 3 which would have been a 15 by 15 space.
Okay, I thought he was still underneath the hatch, and he slipped when he got down there. But all right, so
I carefully make my way down with the gentleman wishes to attend in tow. I'm sorry, Abe's friend. I keep reading his name.
So as far as like how pushing a roll goes, when you go to push the roll, we're going to kind of talk about what it might be. I think Justin, as Dylan said, maybe I fall going down.
I think I said, like,
once he
you're bad.
accepted the result, like once he accepted the danger of pushing it, I have total control of what the push really means. But part of pushing a roll is making a wager with me, kind of. It's like saying, hey, I need to save this person's life. Maybe while giving them chest compressions, if I fail this, I crush their ribs. And that's one of those things like you're making a bet kind of thing to push a roll. That's why he said that. But yeah, you guys have clear space below. If everybody intends to go down below, the 6 of you are now below the room, kind of thing.
Christy says yes because she had to step away because the baby was choking, but she said she was going down below. So I believe we are all down below now.
Circling back to the
Sure.
treatment, going for that, well, I mean, if a splint is necessary, then what John would prefer to do is would be to pry off some of those boards and use the short lengths. And of course he's going to be, to Dylan, he's going to be, can you put any weight on that? Do we have to go back? He's sort of just trying to stabilize him.
Gotcha. Dylan could easily have that splinted and then kind of take the object from you and use that as a crutch.
Sounds good to me.
At times, it's like stabbing into the ground because the pointy end is extremely sharp. But it does give him eventual purchase as like a cane / crutch. Otherwise, you guys are just gonna have to look. There's probably more important like latticing down here where you guys could get like a 6 or an 8 foot 2x4, but then you have the problem of it's too long.
Yeah, Dylan he'll take the spike thing and kind of maybe test it out, and I'll make do. Don't worry about me.
So looking around beneath, now that you guys have everybody down here, eventually everybody's going to basically notice that each room has like a hot water heater that's vaguely underneath the bathroom. So you can relatively predict where a bathroom is in any given room based on where the water heater is down below. I think you can see some water lines leading out, basically like sewage lines. And I think it wouldn't take much effort to pretty quickly kind of like look to the north and spot that there's a trapdoor. Look to the north, spot that there's a trapdoor. Kind of look ahead of you, spot that there's a trapdoor. And I'm basically just going to reveal that from beneath, you can eventually spot that there is indeed a trapdoor to each of the 8 rooms.
Well, that's certainly concerning.
Hey, gentlemen and lady there. It's always a rational explanation for everything. I will have you show me that parlor trick one of these days, Max.
Sorry, the what?
The parlor trick with the lamps. I can't stop thinking, how did you do that?
My good magic man, can't you simply accept that there is indeed something beyond our sight and senses that we cannot quite interact with?
There's nothing more I would want in this entire world, but gonna need some kind of proof first. And while that was a neat trick, I've got a few of my own.
Well, speaking as one to an illusionist, I must tell you, I have no idea how I did it. And with that, he begins slowly venturing into the dark.
Keep your secret for now.
Perhaps Lucas has one of the lanterns from the rooms and he follows Max. And I assume that we're heading, I'm not sure about the cardinal directions, but I assume we're heading along the long end of the T.
Yeah, heading to the left is effectively going north.
As we do so, Max quietly states, there's a better way to sneak into that work. I dare any of you to find it. We are literally our own secret entrance to go into the place that they don't want.
So if we were on the outside and you were just walking the perimeter like we kind of did the other day, would we see any kind of like stuff underneath there? Or is it just literally just look like construction wood and like stuff?
I'm thinking of Chance's old house that was on stilts, where I feel like the outside of it had like privacy, like fencing on it. I don't know if you remember that house of his, but that's kind of what I'm trying to describe here. You can see through, but if you're like outside where we used to have like fires at his house, it's as good as a wall unless you're specifically trying to like look through.
And then
And that
where we're currently at, like under here. So I get there's kind of like a privacy thing around, and we didn't really examine it, so we wouldn't have like noticed much of anything. But now that we're like under here, does it feel like there's actual like pathways, or are we just like walking through like the bones of like a built structure?
I would say roll me a tracking.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's cool. I would definitely look for like if there was like paths or if it was just like, whatever.
Yeah, so while you're looking through it, there's definitely easier places to kind of like step through. But in the long run, like this was constructed to support a building. You're not meant to be under here, unless you were like coming down to do like sewage work or to do like work on one of the like hot water tanks. But when you're down here, clearly this is meant for um, basically hiding the inner workings of the motel so customers can have a delightful experience. So Jacob kind of like moves around with you guys. You guys can move through like these 8 different spots, and overall, there's not really anywhere that seems to make sense as to like where you're going. These 8 trap doors are all there. They all are creepy in their own right.
I
feel
walk
like
up. Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. What is Geraldine thinking?
I'm thinking I'm gonna walk up to one of them and at least put my ear to it and listen and see if I hear anything on the other side because I'm.
Just one of the trapdoors?
Yeah,
Which one do you want to go to?
the one closest to me.
Well, at this point, like you guys are somewhere indiscriminately under these 8 rooms, so pick a room number for me.
Oh, 1.
Yeah, so if you went up to room 1 and you listened, there's nobody in there. I guess realistically, did Wilcox ever close that one?
We never opened them.
I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. I didn't. Can I go listen to one of the rooms that we know someone's in? I get what you're saying. We're underneath the rooms. And
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So like
I think 7.
you have a reasonable assumption. Yeah, you know Sarah should be in room 7, and you have a reasonable clue that the gentleman they met, Mr. Dunstan, is in room 6.
So Bill Dunstan is room 6. Sarah Bonner is room 7. Jacob Trent is room 8. Jacob is already with us, and we're down here, so that takes room 1, 2, and 4. So room 3 or 5.
Can I go listen to room 3?
Go for it.
Okay, that's
Go
what I
up to
do.
room 3. It's silent.
Okay, 5.
Go up to room 5. Silent.
Jerry, what about if you went over and had a listen near the workshop, or maybe the quarters of the two gentlemen, the proprietors?
I definitely do that. That is a good idea.
So I think the sensible place for there to be a door out of this location is actually over near the workshop. So when you head over past that, out from underneath the rooms, you guys might spot like there is like a hinged door out from underneath this area that leads out like on the north side of the building. So theoretically, we'll call that is the door out of this place.
Okay.
And
In
it's
that
just like
area,
a hinged fence, basically. Like it's nothing special. This very much is like basically like fencing in the bottom of the motel, so you hide the inner guts of it far more than that it's like a structure to itself. What were you thinking, Dr. Lucas?
I was looking for additional trapdoors in the cross of the T.
Gotcha. You do not see any trapdoors in like the workshop, the living quarters, or the reception area. And yeah, we've got at least Geraldine is kind of just like listening in this area. Theoretically, if we get everybody to be silent, who else would like to roll a listen check with Geraldine here? I'm going to limit it to two of you right now.
I think I'll go over with her then. Nobody else wants to?
Gotcha. So let me get the Magic Man as well. Oh man.
Magic Man.
Oh wait, that was hard though, but still, it's a 20. Yeah. So you guys just kind of like almost like putting your hands up for everybody to be quiet for a moment. It seems kind of like at this point people are like turned in for the night. It's pretty quiet. There's no trap door to listen to, so you're more or less just kind of like, being sturdy on the ground, hoping nobody like moves. Um, and it's just one of those things. If there's movement above, it's kind of clouded by like the sounds of like the lake and like the toads. Like it's not cacophonous here where you are, but the lake is still alive with life. There's still plenty of noise, even though it's like, 40, 50 feet away from you.
They are old fellows. They're probably fast asleep by now.
Perhaps they really are sworn to a deity or some sort of native spirit from the west.
A couple of those things from the note have me thinking there might be something going on here out at the lake. Keep our eye on that as well. Said there was 3 boats together and a bunch of lights out there.
Lucas puts his fingers, puts his finger to his lips and points at the ceiling, and only then enters the northern, the cross of the T, and on tiptoes he goes to the door, and he tries the door to the door to the outside. That is to say, just to see if it's locked or if it's opened.
I don't think there's any reason to say that that one is locked here. I guess really what it comes down to is it is locked from the opposite side. You can't quite tell from what it is whether it's just like a latch, almost like a pool latch, versus is it actually like locked with like a locking mechanism. So yeah, I would say at present you can't really like get out from where you're at. But it doesn't mean that you couldn't get it open potentially. Does that make sense?
Sure, but it would be loud, and since he's trying to emphasize, because he's thinking that the proprietors are 5, or 10 feet above his head. So
Yeah, theoretically right now, Geraldine, Dr. Lucas, and David Wilcox are like right beneath where William and Robert sleep. If not
yeah,
all 6 of you.
Yeah, so if there is someone around Lucas, you know, he shakes his head and tiptoes. You know, having established that there don't appear to be any trapdoors above him, and having established that they can't quietly exit in the north, he's probably going to return to the southern part of the T.
Mr. Wilcox, um, do you notice that he like kind of like moves the latch and it's locked? Do you want to try to pick it?
I suppose I could have a look at that if you don't mind. Yeah, I can get it open.
Oh, and also, if you guys want to say like, I'm going to whisper, I'm going to assume while you're sneaking around underneath the proprietors that you guys are whispering, but I don't want you to whisper because then it's hard to hear you. Luck or push? Do you want to do one?
Go ahead and spend a luck point. That'll cost me, but
Gotcha. So this is again just like a pool latch. It's really easy for you. Oh yeah, yeah. If it's luck, you just do it. It's push. Like if you would push that, that's where
oh,
it
yeah,
would
my
matter.
bad. I went to edit it and it just clicked and I didn't hit
Oh,
edit.
I got you. Yeah, so you kind of just like unhinge or like open up the latch. It's just one of those like crescents that drops down over the bar. So he's able to kind of like lift up the crescent with his pick and then just pop the bar out and open up the door. Um in hindsight, let me have you roll a luck, Mr. Magic Man. Now that you've burned one, let's see if you're lucky and the door squeaks or not as you open it. So as you pop the latch on the door just kind of like gets kind of like picked up in like the little bit of wind that's happening right now, and you just hear like a long. And can I have everybody roll a listen check? And now I'm going to have Dylan, Max, and yeah, let me know, Dylan and Max, are you two with them underneath the like uh the living quarters, reception hall, and workshop part of the T, or are you guys back underneath the hotel rooms?
The intent was to go scouting out underneath the T. I don't know what Dylan is able to do necessarily, given his condition.
I feel like Dylan's going to want to stick with the others in case, he needs essentially help. He's not that mobile, so he doesn't want to be essentially stuck on his own. So
Sounds
he'd
good
be
to say.
sticking with the
All
group.
6 of you are underneath that section of the T. So let's see. Who do we got for everybody's listen? And I need to roll one for. Alrighty. Who was successful? Is Geraldine the only person who was successful on that listen?
I believe so.
Looks like it, yep.
So Geraldine and Jacob both like immediately look towards the workshop. And then as they kind of recognize like nobody else's heads moved, each of them kind of looks back at the other one. And like at the same time, they're both like, did you hear that scream?
Listen check you.
So
Okay.
as far as things go for you, Miss Thornton, when that door slowly like creaked open, everybody else just kind of hears the creak of the door. You and Jacob both look up towards the workshop and just hear this horrendous, like, kind of like feminine, blood curdling scream.
I kind of put a hand up and whispered, "Did you hear that?"
And he reacted in the exact same way. He said, "Did you hear that?" at the exact same time. The two of you both picked up on it.
Oh. There's definitely something nefarious going on in there. I suggest we make our way that way with caution, as I explained to everybody else what I heard.
So you're all right by that door. Are you going to like leave from underneath this area and start to make your way around towards the workshop?
That is the direction I now wish to go.
Plan, I believe.
Yeah, I would definitely head out there as well. Glad that something has distracted them from my embarrassing failure. We did get out, but it's quite loud.
Gotcha. So, Jake,
Excellent. Let's go around the side and see if we can see in through the window.
you want to go up towards the rooms and look in from the landing by room 5?
Of course, I gotta back up my friend Joe. Why not?
Can you explain? Okay, so I see that there's a window going in, but let's say that something, that an altercation happened at the door to the, like how easy would it be for me to get back to where the others are right now?
You could either leap down 10 feet and run over to the stairs and climb up 10 feet to the landing that they're on, or you could try to leap about 10 or 15 feet to like the landing where they are. But effectively, you're doing some like parkour to try to get to the landing that they are on.
Yeah, not my strength, but I do think, yeah. Let's cover the perimeter.
So, are you trying to convince them to go in while you guys are out there? Are you trying to convince them to wait for you while you check from over there?
Yeah, like I kind of hold up my hand with a kind of hold on a second while I rush over to try to get to that window. Um, and as I approach it, maybe I make a kind of knocking noise or with my hand or something like that to try to indicate, um, yeah, I'm in position now.
Gotcha. So you're heading over there. Max, are you on the ground level in between those two, or are you trying to go up there with Lucas?
Right now, I'm on ground level because that does not look like it would be a good idea for us to be proud of. I'm mostly just there to make sure nothing unfortunate happens to him.
Gotcha. So yeah, as you approach that side, basically when you guys like get around and you take your first like real good look at the workshop, the actual windows are shuttered. You can't just see in, but you can see in if you're up there like making an effort to like look through the shutters. They're not like closed off like as blinds right now. The main entrance where most everybody is, there are 2 barrels. Each of them seem to be tapped underneath that window, and the top of the barrels basically come up to the bottom of the window. When you go around to the landing side, again, the window is shuttered, but it is not shuttered in a way that you can't see in at all. They are dirty windows, but if you hold up a lantern, you can make a spot hidden check for me.
As we're actually approaching the area, do we see any light coming from the windows? Like, is there a light on inside?
There is no light inside of the workshop right now. My bad. I wanted the doctor to make that spot hidden. I'm not
Oh,
sure what yours just did, Geraldine,
I don't
but
know
I
either,
will
but I saw that.
accept it. Yeah. Is your spot hidden normally 55 right now?
Let me see. Hold on.
Because I mean,
Yeah, it's 55. Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah. So, yeah, by when the two of you from like the opposite windows like hold up your lanterns to like look in, you see signs of a typical workshop. Like from what you can make out inside of there, you can see a few workbenches. There seem to be some like big boxes stacked in. Again, like the north is to your left, so the northwestern side of the room, basically furthest away from both of you. You can see a bunch of like things are kind of stacked off in that corner. You can see workbenches. You can see tools kind of laying around. But by and large, there's nothing that is going to strike you as much of anything to be noticed in that room as you like look through. But also, by and large, you're not seeing much at all because they're dirty windows and they're vastly shuttered shut.
Okay.
I've got the keys. If nobody's in there, this is the time. Let's go. And Jacob's going to move the rest of the way up the stairs and to the door, and he's going to start fitting the keys into this big padlock that's basically across the two doors.
I definitely am walking with him, so.
John and Matt,
I'm hot on their tails as well, and I'm gonna get the pistol ready.
John and Max, are you two headed over there?
I don't think so. I think I'm gonna hold the perimeter.
Gotcha. So Jacob is going to pop open the doors. And let me have everybody else is with that 4-man group except for Max and Lucas. Can I have Max and Lucas make either? Well, actually, Maximilian, I just want to listen check. Lucas, you can decide spot hidden or listen.
By the way, Geraldine tells Jacob while he's unlocking the door, I said, I like you, good sir. You got lots of grit. Very brave of you.
Roll a charm for me.
Okay. Oh, well, he wouldn't let me lose.
She got a 69.
So that wasn't technically a failure.
Stop.
If you understood why he's trying to save Abe, you would recognize the 69 isn't going to help.
Barking up the wrong tree.
So he just kind of looks at you a little bit confused at the comment coming from a female. And it's like right as he pops open the door, and as he pops open the door and kind of like pushes these open, and like immediately he kind of like calls out like Abe, and you guys are all going to hear and see. Basically, there are two creatures in the lower northwestern side of this room. Each of them is locked in a crate. They vastly look humanoid. They are completely naked, and each of them has a gaping hole in their chest and big black spikes sticking out of their bodies. Each of them has one large spike about 3 to 4 feet long. And they're kind of like stuck in through their like trapezoids, and each of them different ways they poke out random spots like in their lower torso kind of thing. But these two are like on all fours in these crates in the lower corner of the room. And as you enter into the door, both of them kind of like lunge at their crates. The one that is closest to you, the crate like rolls over and almost like crumbles, and the other one kind of leaps towards like it and almost does the same thing, where as you guys open those doors, these creatures are breaking out of their crates and they are now free inside of this workshop. Dr. Lucas, you see this. Maximilian, you hear this ravenous beasts like seeing food as if they've never been fed before, and they're there for the hunt. And we're going to go right into initiative.
All right.
So, theoretically, the Magic Man has a gun and it is readied, which means your dexterity plus 50 is the order that you act on. If you do not shoot your gun, you act in normal initiative order, and I think you're still the fastest.
If I was to yell, could
My bad. I heard if I was to yell, can Max?
sorry. Would Max or the other gentleman standing in the building be able to hear me?
Oh, they can certainly hear you if you yell for help or something. But that's
I
going to come on your turn. But
okay.
they've also heard everything else happening as well, though.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I mean, it's perfectly in character if you want to make sure, because you don't know that they've heard.
Okay. So okay, but I'll wait for my turn to do that, correct?
Yeah. So yeah, it
Okay.
is indeed the Magic Man. Regardless of whether you want to shoot your weapon or not, you have the highest dexterity. You act first here. So what is Mr. Wilcox doing?
All right. So when the kid opened up the doors, was it essentially like a double swinging open door, and he just sort of pushed them open at the same time?
Yeah. This is definitely double doors here. So you guys have like a 10-foot entry instead of like a 5-foot entry.
So is it possible, as this is happening, for me to get a hold of both those handles and try to pull the doors closed?
Roll a dexterity, and you can certainly try.
I want to specify ahead of time that it doesn't look like this is going to be possible. I'm definitely getting the hell out of there.
So you're like reaching forward to try to like slam these doors shut, kind of in response to him opening them, as you kind of like call out to everybody, "We need to get the hell out of here, no matter what."
Shit's hitting the fan. There's two of those creatures. Yeah, and I'm gonna just try to like pull the doors closed as quickly as I can, and try to get it locked if we can, obviously.
Gotcha. So right now you just close the doors again. Locking is going to be a different story as to what may or may not be possible. At present, you don't yet know. You could run yourself right now and see what like comes about, but at present, you've shut the door.
All right, I'm gonna just I guess I'll just say to them, the people that are like right there with me, better lock those fucking doors quick. They're coming. And I'm gonna start down the stairs.
um, Jacob's dexterity is 75. He goes next. Yeah, I'll give you locked doors here. He locks the doors, and I think he's gonna like right now you ran for the ramp, so like the stairs are just behind you here. He's gonna like move for the ramp and kind of do the same thing, like put some distance between himself and those doors.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way I saw that even after seeing one of those creatures in real life, or maybe especially after seeing one of those creatures in real life, that I would even remotely be able to stay up there and think that was a good idea.
How about who goes next? I think it is Dr. Lucas. You can see these creatures busting out of their cage. You could hear uh, doo, 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 Magic Man saying, "Let's get the hell out of here."
I immediately lower the lamp so that there's not light shining in through that window. I call out, they may be vulnerable to fire, and then I start getting the hell out of Dodge myself.
Gotcha. So you just yell like they might be vulnerable to fire, and it's gonna go to. You can do your movement. I think you guys should have a speed. I would say like move 8 gives you like 8 5-foot spaces if this was D&D. So you can kind of like think about it like that. But like I kind of had like Jacob like put a slow amount of movement. Um yeah, I should say I think if you move 8 you're running. I think half is if you're walking. So like Dr. Lucas, you just yelled. I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't be running. Jacob and Wilcox did something and moved.
I mean, I think I'm kind of doing that shuffle running. Like I'm not in a full out back turned to it, I'm kind of like the shortstop, getting ready for the shit to happen.
I just realized as I look at your name, I think I picked your name, Dylan, for the shop owner. But you are up next in initiative. What would you like to do?
Well, I mean, Haggerty's not that uncommon of a name, so. Yeah. So Dylan, he's he heard Magic Man tell him to run, and seeing the others start to run, and he's with the sprain, he is he's going to kind of move to the doors now that Jacob locked him, right, and kind of, I guess, kind of essentially hobble, moving slowly over, and he's going to attempt to brace himself against them to try to, like, in case they try to break through, and he's just going to shout, "Don't think I'm going to outrun these things. Get the hell out of here!" And he's basically like offering to sacrifice himself here and try and keep the doors closed to buy them some time if he can.
Gotcha. So really just kind of like converge, like giving that like bit of information, like there's no running for me. You all need to get out of here. And it's going to Max.
Wow. Okay. So everybody except Dylan so far is just breaking and running, right?
Currently, yep. I think kind of what it comes down to is first reaction, everybody saying run. Now it's up to everybody to realize running isn't going to be a solution that doesn't have a cost. So you're the first person who really has the actual choice ahead of you. Do you abandon Dylan?
Do I still have the spike from earlier? Because I know I used it to break open the trapdoor, but I don't remember what happened.
Dylan
No,
has the spike as a crutch.
Dylan has the spike as a crutch. Is there anything we can hook the spike through on the doors to try to hold them shut?
I mean, you could yell that up to him.
Right. So actually, yeah. In that case, while everybody's running away, Max is running his way over to the ramp, get up the workshop as he's yelling out, "Haggerty! Haggerty! Is there anything we can put that damn spike through? Buy us a few more minutes." And again, you notice the happy-go-lucky tone, the accent is gone. He's back in full war mode now.
And then after Max, it will come to Jerry.
Jacob's standing next to me, correct?
No, Jacob took off. Are you kidding?
Sorry, there's someone standing next to me. I wasn't sure who that is.
Yeah, Dylan's next to you. Jacob ran when
Dylan's next to me.
Magic Man said to run.
Okay, so since Dylan's actually standing next to me, I'll ask him. What is your opinion on this crazy and unbelievable matter?
You're just calmly kind of like looking to him for a conversation? And that's it?
No.
Calmly turns to Haggerty. Hello.
I was trying to stutter and say it like I was scared. So are these two windows over here? This one and then this one?
Yeah. There's a window right next to you on your right.
Okay.
Screen left.
I'm gonna move over and just kind of peek through the window and see if I see the monsters trying to come in and escape, crash through the door, what they're doing.
Gotcha. Do you have a lantern?
I do.
Does Dylan have a lantern?
Probably not, because he's already got one hand using the crutch, so.
Gotcha. Alrighty. So I think what is going to happen here is we are going to start out with one of these people, kind of like, I don't know if I really described it, but theoretically there's small windows like on the actual doors as well. Not like, more meant so you don't like slam a door in somebody's face as you like open it kind of thing than to like
Like a
see through much. A porthole almost.
right. Yep.
So the first of these people I think is going to stand, and Dylan and Jerry are both going to see this. As it like crawls out of its cage and is going to like start to run on its hind legs. You're going to see it stands. It's a 6 foot tall man, again with a big hole in his chest and with a spike through his back, kind of like almost hanging out of his like back like a bandolier kind of thing. And I think he's just gonna run straight for the doors and plow into the door, and he is just going to bust through the doors. He's still stuck inside. The doors are breaking and kind of shattering into pieces. They're still otherwise locked in front of you, Dylan, but it's getting to be one of those things where you're going to recognize pretty quickly like a wall is not going to stop this thing from getting out. But that's like one time it slammed into the door and a chunk of door has kind of come off from the rest of it. Theoretically, like if it wanted to, it could potentially already crawl out of that hole. The other of these creatures is going to, it's actually going to try to make its way out of that hole. And you're just going to see as this like naked woman, who's like just under like 5 feet tall, is like crawling out, and parts of her flesh are being torn back as she's like crawling through the hole in this like wooden doorway, and her head is like coming out as she's like reaching for Dylan on the other side of the door and kind of forcing her way out. And it's going to go back around to the Magic Man.
So like where I'm at on the ramp right now, do I have a pretty clean shot at her like trying to come through that window?
Dylan's close. A critical fail or a failure can certainly be dangerous for him, but it essentially has to be a fumble. I think your pistol shot is over 50%. So you're basically looking at like you've got a 1 in 1, like a 5% chance of hitting Dylan. But otherwise, yeah, you've got a clear shot at her.
Never tell me the odds. And I'm gonna take a shot at her.
Oh, actually, my apologies here. Now that you guys have a full sight of these people, I'm going to describe them and call for a sanity roll from all of you. Each of these people is another one of these like rotting flesh creatures. These are again two different people who are clearly dead in many ways. The gentleman is probably about like gentleman haha, is probably about 60 70 years old, rotting flesh, really loose skin. The woman is probably about 20 25 years old, rotting flesh and very young skin. Very clearly, these are two different people in very different times of their lives, as they are, or unlives, as they are coming out to reach out at you. Each of them missing like massive chunks of flesh all over their body. But the most staggering of the wounds is that like hole in their chest. You can almost see through them. Um, but yeah, let me get a sanity check from everybody here. Excellent. So Wilcox, when you're good, you can go straight ahead to that pistol shot as the sanity is not going to affect you. So that's a success with your handgun. If you can also roll the damage, and then damn, what's the damage bonus on that? Is it like a +2, or do you just have the D10?
It just says revolver 30%, 15/6 damage 1d10.
Gotcha. So 9 is the total.
And
Um,
in case any of you were wondering, no permit on that revolver.
Okay, Dr. Lucas, Maximilian, and Dylan. Will all of you roll a d3 for me, please? So, Lucas, you will lose 3 sanity.
Sorry about the roll. I've edited it now.
Yeah, so when you shoot into her, like her head and like maybe one arm are like reaching out of this hole, you've got a solid shot like right across her jaw into her shoulder, and like the shoulder blade of that arm she has sticking out just like disintegrates. And you see is like she's still like clawing with the arm, but there's no longer musculature that's or bone structure that's actually allowing her muscles to move the arm towards Dylan. So it's like trying to claw at him without being able to like fight against gravity. But her head otherwise is still kind of intact. Very solid shot there. And we're gonna. All right. I feel like Dylan and Dr. Lucas, I don't know about Maximilian, have lost a total of 5 sanity at this point.
Altogether, I've lost 7. Yeah.
Ditto
All-
for me, 7.
Altogether, all have lost 3.
Yep, so 3 doesn't matter yet, but the 2 of you who have hit 5, let me have you each roll a d10. Alrighty, so oh wait a second. Man, I'm sorry, Dr. Lucas, I shouldn't have said you. You're further away. But I'm gonna go for it anyways. I already said it. You guys know what these things are. Dr. Lucas is going to faint as he sees these 2 creatures like stabbing their heads through those doors. Dr. Lucas is just going to essentially go unconscious here. And then Dylan, you are going to flee in a panic. You basically can't stand to be in this situation, and you're just gonna kind of like start hobbling away essentially. So gonna step away from those moments, and it's gonna actually go to Dr. Lucas. My bad. Who is?
Could I get a little bit of a move? My next plan, not knowing obviously that Dr. Lucas has fainted, my next plan is to get to Dr. Lucas and the car keys. Because right now, all I'm thinking is we
Gotcha.
need to get the hell out of here.
So yeah, you can definitely start to move as well. That's still part of your turn. You're limited to those 4 spaces though, because again, it's like half your action. But it's gonna go to Dr. Lucas. Let me have you do a sanity check for me, Dr. Lucas. Oh shit, I feel like I skipped a phase. Sanity, and then shit, I feel like you make another roll. Intelligence. Um, Dylan and Dr. Lucas, can you make intelligence rolls for me? My bad. Failing is good. So we're sticking with Dr. Lucas.
Can I use?
Is going.
If,
You
if,
cannot
if
luck this.
failing it, okay.
This is just one of those things that's just kind of like one of those hard. There's not really any changing it. You have to follow the dice. Yeah, Dylan, I don't think you're gonna go insane. I think this is one of those things where like your brain is rationalizing it, or rather it's making things like connect the dots so you can recognize like the life or death danger of it. So you're not like losing your autonomy there. I th- I'm sorry, I'm not totally sure about that one. But Dr. Lucas, you are gonna fall for that. You're fainting, but I want you to do like a sanity here to see if you kind of regain yourself basically as you like hit the ground. It's the end of your turn, but just to see if you'll have yourself for next turn. No. So you're not losing any more sanity, but you are still kind of like locked into that phase. I'd say almost like more canatotic than feigning, but effectively like you fainted. Um then we are then on Dylan. So this is to Dylan, like theoretically, like your core is telling you run, you're recognizing that these creatures are life or death. And it's just kind of up to you to like decide like run, fight, like something is ahead of you. You just have to make that decision. That shot from Wilcox was solid. You can see weakness in these creatures, but you guys have to leap at it. What are you doing?
Yeah, I think Dylan would, if he hadn't taken that bad break or sprain, would probably be right behind running. But obviously, he's not going to be able to brace the doors. These things are already breaking through. So he is going to kind of, as the shot rings out and he sees kind of pieces of the woman blown away, I think he is going to just like shouting to the others, like, I told you to run, damn it. And he's going to try to stab out at her. I feel like he probably still needs the spike for like balance, so he'd just be stabbing out with his switchblade.
Gotcha. Go for that fighting brawl. Yeah, I don't think she's fighting back. Her arm is currently kind of separated. She can't dodge in there. Success. What is it? A D3? Do you have a damage modifier?
It's a D4, and I have a D4 modifier, so it's 2D4 total.
Yeah. Oh, that was another one of the things I noticed. Geraldine, you have a damage modifier when you fighting brawl, so I think you do 2D4 as well.
Oh, nice.
And that is the
It's like
first
your
successful
weapon
roll.
and then the modifier.
That is literally the
yeah.
first successful roll I've had all night.
Congratulations, good sir.
Yeah,
Welcome
it's
to the
been
club,
rough.
brother.
So he stabs her, like gets her like right in the eye, and when he pulls his switchblade out, like her eye like pops out of the socket, and you see this like black ooze kind of like following out of it, as like the ichor's like drawn out of her eye, still stuck to his blade. And I think we're going to Max, who's kind of like rounded to the corner. You just kind of like turned around and saw that. What is Max doing?
Well, let's see. Upon seeing that the door is literally falling apart, don't know that we have any real chance against these things. Even with the good show that Dylan's putting on, the last one alone messed us up pretty bad, and now I'm blasting through while we're still partly injured. So, Max is going to pull out his camera, snap a fast shot of the zombies, press it into Geraldine's hands, and then leap forward to help Dylan hold the doors closed. As he stabs at the female zombie, yelling over at Geraldine, "Go! Take it to the press! Take it to the police! You know what to do with it!"
All right, I'll give you can take the photo, leap for the doors. You might not be helping on the doors quite yet, but you're trying to get there to be there. What are you doing, Geraldine?
I tuck the photo away, I guess, and then I attempt. Let's see, I don't have
No, I gave you the whole camera.
the whole camera. That's right. I'm sorry, it's not modern day. My bad. Okay, so I have a camera. How close is the creature to me?
Look at the screen.
No, I mean, oh, that's it. Right. Okay, I stab it. I try to stab it. I try to stab it with my sword.
What are you doing?
Gotcha. So you just kind of like lunge forward a little like D'Artagnan moment with your switchblade, and try to stab out at her. Make a fighting brawl. Same thing at present with that like bullet wound from Wilcox. Her arm is separated. She's not really fighting back. She's kind of in a vulnerable state with how that kind of worked. Oh, oh. You want to push that?
I do.
Damn it, woman!
What do I hit to push it?
What do you think is going to happen if you have critically fumbled stabbing out at this undead creature? She's like trying to bite at and still claw. What do you think a critical failure would look like for Geraldine at this moment?
Yanked it at the fucking roof.
My hand goes in her mouth instead of stabbing her.
Gotcha. So yeah, you can push it. Roll it again.
Do I have to roll with like a heart or something attached to it?
No. It's still the same. It's still the same attack. It's basically a critical fumble now, like for 48 and above. Yeah. So as you push through to like stab into her, Maximilian, Dylan, let me have the two of you roll luck rolls for me. Lucky Dylan, very lucky. Yeah. So roll me a D4, Geraldine.
1 second, the baby was screaming. He's being very temperamental tonight. Because of course he is, because it's game night, so of course he decides to randomly rebel.
Probably mad because
All
he's
right.
not getting to play.
So Geraldine, as
That's
as
funny.
she pushes forward to stab into this creature, you are going to get bit as it like turns to bite into you, and as it bites into you, that like forces your hand in a way that like it kind of twists your wrist. And Maximilian, as he like slams into the door, is slamming into your wrist and into the blade of your knife. He's going to take 1 wound as he's pierced with your blade. And you are going to take 5 damage as this creature bites into you.
Gotcha.
And then, oh shit, I think I skipped over Jacob. What do you guys want Jacob to do? He was listening to Wilcox, but he had a chance to like listen to all of you. Does he rally to this fight? Is he pushing forward to help? Is he trying to help you guys run?
Run with us away from here.
Is there
So
a
you
roll
think
that he
me?
can make to determine if he has like the gusto to fight versus run away?
Well, I'm curious to get your opinions before I tell you guys what I think he's doing based on what you guys think. That's kind of how I was intending because I know all of his motivations. I don't necessarily want to say them ahead of time.
I mean, everything we've seen is his essentially primary motivation is to find Abe. I don't know. This is like all going on really quickly, so I don't know if he like can tell. You know, like obviously these
That
things
is a
don't look.
huge part of his motivations is does his primal instinct to survive kick in and trump the fact that he wants to save Abe? He's not necessarily listening to you guys so much as like he's going to be here to save Abe. It's just a question of like, are you guys still a part of that almost?
Yeah, and I'm thinking like, does he think like is Abe trapped in there? You know, is the only kind of the reason I could think that he would essentially stay and fight, or he thinks that the only way he's going to find Abe is with our help, and that would make him stay and fight. But otherwise, I think he'd be hightailing it so that he can survive and continue his search.
So I think Lucas, Larry, and Maximilian, I think you're the last two I haven't heard from. What are you guys thinking?
I think that we couldn't convince him that that Abe was gone. And he heard a scream and he sees this battle happening where he thinks Abe is. So I think there's a chance that he'd turn and battle for Abe.
And Max, where are you sitting on this?
Well, I would certainly like for him to come and help us battle at the door, but realistically, we couldn't even talk to him keys to go to Abe. And he was pretty abrupt in going and looking for him here in the workshop. I think he might be in a pretty panicked flight trying to get away to. Because he's probably not even thinking rationally. Probably thinking get away, and then it's going to think in later about everything. Of course, I would like for him to come back and help us, but that's my opinion.
Giving up the keys, though, I feel like you're kind of missing the fact that that gives away all of his autonomy. He's no longer a part of that, and I think that's a key part of why he won't give up the keys. So I rolled for him. I think it fits that Jacob knows where the oil comes from the lanterns, and he's going to yell to Jerry, like the left barrel, get the oil out of there. Let's burn them. And he's going to charge up beside Dylan and Max, and he's going to punch for the female who's like poking out right now from there.
Christy stepped away because of the baby again. So if you her, she left.
Oh, good.
She left me instructions.
Trying to look over the NPC sheet. I know I've got to have a brawl on here because he's got it. I just have to find it. Brawl. Bam. Oh shit. Oh. um. God. Do I want to push it with my own NPC? Yeah, I think that's even better. He is going to run forward, and as he punches for her, I'm gonna follow forward with what Maximilian was thinking. He punches, and as he like gets bit into, he's gonna get pulled into the room. As he's like pulled through by, I'm gonna go for the other zombie. Yeah, it's gonna drag him into the room, busting up another door, like hole in the door. So there's basically like this is almost like a what is it? It's like the milk door where like half the door on top can be like opened up. There's like no top half of each of the doors right now. As the big zombie like pulls him in, and then she is going to she's actually going to kind of like push away and also like leap out at Maximilian, or at not Max, at Jacob, now that he's inside with her. Let's see. 49 versus a 97. Yeah, she's gonna fucking bite deep into him. Um Yeah, so Jacob's like drawn into the room as he like goes forward. Like skin's kind of like torn behind as like the doors are like shattered kind of at this point. The female immediately kind of reacts to like the prey that's like fresh inside of this workshop with them, and the two of them basically are gonna start to like kind of tear into him. And it's gonna go back up to Wilcox. You are currently running for Lucas. You can still see them. You've got a shot past Dylan, but theoretically, you are shooting past Dylan, Maximilian, as well as Jacob. Thank you, as always, for joining the Dice Never Lie gamers in today's tabletop role-playing game, the 7th edition of Call of Cthulhu. Don't forget to like and subscribe, as next week we will be doing the 3rd episode of this Servants of the Lake, as well as to keep up on when I get the release videos for everything from these special edition games to our normal weekend game from the Twin Star Marauders as they venture into Tolis, City by the Spire by Money Cook Games. As always, I'd like to finish off just with a thank you to everyone, whether it's a player who's listening to these as a recap or someone who enjoys our role-playing. Thank you, as always, for joining us when we step into these worlds of fantasy. It is a pleasure to share the fun and games and the laughter with all of you. Thank you, as always. Be well. Have a wonderful week.